Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the 13th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. With me tonight, we have our usual four vampires. Top left corner, Snip as Nulai, the ever cheerful and trusting. Top right corner, Raptor as Flynn, the never hiding anything from anybody. Bottom left corner, Blue Moon Empress as Katia, the gentle who would never hurt a soul with a machete or a sniper rifle. And in the bottom right corner, we have Ruthie on Fire as Joanne, recently crowned acting prince, therefore I will not make fun of them out of fear.
Wait, you were making fun of us? Man.
No, I wasn't making fun of you, I was being nice.
Okay.
Before we get into the action, as always, allow me to set the scene, remind everybody what we're watching. Vampire the Masquerade is set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts. Our four players will once again step into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. Our player coterie works for the Camarilla, a sort of secret vampire government. The Camarilla operates worldwide in as many cities as possible. They say every city, but, in some of them they've been cast out. Though each city's Camarilla operates independently, running mostly like a feudal court. Their leader is called the Prince, a gender-neutral term among vampires. The Prince and their court keep the vampires, or kindred as they call themselves, in line for the sake of survival and safety. Their number one rule being the Masquerade. Keep hidden from mortals at all costs. If mortals become fully aware of vampire existence, they would use their napalm and their flamethrowers and their riot gear and destroy them. Our game is set in Shadeport, a fictional city which could exist anywhere, really. We have a multicultural group of players here, so we decided not to be too specific there, so that nobody has any confusing accents. Shadeport's Camarilla is new and small, with little control over the city as a whole. Much of the city is still occupied by vampires who don't support the Camarilla, from Independence to the large West Shadeport Collective, which is a coalition of smaller anarch communities who band together to protect themselves from the big, bad, cohesive, rules-focused Camarilla. There's another group as well, though. A mysterious group known as the Cult of Nathaniel, who seemingly worship a vampire from Shadeport's past. A vampire who 5 years ago was said to kill the old prince, back when the Camarilla was strong in Shadeport. With the old prince's death, a kindred war started, and this led to a great purge. Vampire hunters taking note of the chaos, seeing that Shadeport was a den of bloodsuckers and coming in full force to wipe everybody out. It was these events that created the Shadeport of today. Now, this Nathaniel was believed to be dead, but according to the cult, not so much. Some time ago, the Camarilla prince Juliet was abducted by this cult. She has not been seen since. Her second-in-command, Sheriff Mikhail, he was incapacitated as well and has now become a hostage in the hands of not the cult, but the anarchs. They don't hold him out of hostility, they hold him out of wariness. With no prince, they're not sure that the Camarilla... Well, they're not sure which way the Camarilla are going to go. Whether they're going to mean war for the anarchs or not. Last session, though, our coterie managed to settle things there a bit. Still no prince, but Joanne, who happens to be the prince's child, was begrudgingly by some and enthusiastically by others, and rather indifferently by still others, acknowledged in the role of best candidate for acting prince while there is no Juliet to be found. So our coterie has a bit of freedom now, and stability, at least among the Camarilla folks. They have the authority to go to them and ask for assistance, and a reasonable expectation that those kindred will give it to them, depending on, how far out of their way it would be. But at the very least, they shouldn't be standing in their way. They shouldn't be, really. It's, kindred should be serving the prince and not scheming against them. That's the way it's supposed to be, right? So yeah, you can trust every single person in the Camarilla now, because all of the problems there are solved. Right now, an important member of the cult, Dr. Emil Hansen, is staked in our coteries' custody. This happened before they went to the politics meeting and solved the Camarilla stuff, but that was more important, so he's just been chilling in a closet, I believe, with his back turned and frozen in place by the stake. But now that things are clearing up, plans are beginning to be made for Dr. Hansen's interrogation, and hopefully he can offer some insight as to the prince's whereabouts. Now, as this political meeting drew to a close, you did get an offer from the Banu Hakim Primogen, being interested in the pursuit of justice and very good with a knife and threats, for any assistance he can offer in this interrogation, given that it's his area. He's good at it. And I believe you guys were in favor of that. So what is it exactly that you would ask for him to do, other than simply be there? Like, right now we need to know, when is this happening? Where is this happening? And what precautions and plans will be in place to unstake this powerful vampire and question him. So we'll say that y'all are still at the political meeting and you've got Yusuf's attention, but everybody else is shuffling out. So now is the time to ask stuff of him that he can perhaps go away and set up.
I think we need a fairly neutral area for this interrogation, because I think we should invite what's his name, the lion guy?
Church.
Church, or at least people from his faction, because we can't say, yes, we want to be inclusive of you, and then completely, cut him out. But it has to be fairly neutral, otherwise, because they're still a bit wary of us. Also,
as Flynn takes a second to remember the name of the Anarch leader, which is very embarrassing for her, and says Church, just in the back of your mind, you are trying to listen to Flynn. You just get distracted by, yet again, that musical voice in your head that used to be a lot stronger but hasn't been singing to you as much lately. And it's not particularly insightful. In fact, you'd almost think that you just got reminded of the song because of what she was saying, but it's that voice. Just in the back of your mind. Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. And continues on for a little while, doing that chorus. And it's up to you. You can drown it out and focus on what Flynn's saying, or you can be off in music land. I don't know, would Nulai have even heard modern music, or does Nulai pay no attention and thinks that they're all just divine tunes that he himself is creating?
At this point, Nulai just goes along with it.
Okay. But continue, Flynn, with your plans.
And while it would be great to have another Primogen there with us as backup, I don't feel that trust for our Crimson friend is quite high enough. But how about we also invite Celia, who is a much less threatening sort of representative.
Yusuf's brow furrows because he's listening to, who? I do not know a Primogen named Celia.
She's not a Primogen. She works closely with Walter Crimson.
Ah, the smug one.
The smug one, yeah. That's the one, yeah.
I do enjoy a day not spent in his presence.
But having a representative, of him might mean that he himself doesn't show up.
Mm-hmm. Yusuf simply
Speaking of
nods.
owing
He's,
favors.
you know, at this point, as opinionated as he can be, he is very respectful in terms of chain of command, so that now that Joanne is in charge, he keeps looking at Joanne while Flynn talks and is, like, expecting Joanne to be the only one to, like, respond. Whenever anyone other than Joanne talks, he just looks a bit, what? But he doesn't say anything.
I am very happy with the idea of us getting people involved for transparency. I also really, if we have to have someone from Crimson's world there, Celia seems to be the most tolerable one. So I'd be fine with that. This is a problem that affects us all, after all, so.
Yeah. Also, she was certainly very helpful when you rescued me.
She was.
Yusuf looks to Joanne and says, if I may. You don't stop him? Right. You speak of a neutral location. I have two places in mind with two different strategic approaches, both of which I can source and have ready for tomorrow night. One, let's call it the bunker, is a very secure place, reinforced, one way in, one way out. Provided nothing goes wrong, and the people that you have told about this are all who they say they are and not working against us, then nothing will happen. But in the event that we are found out, ambushed, a rescue attempt is made for this doctor, or perhaps an assassination attempt purely to shut him up, the bunker. One way in, one way out, and a door that closes. This is both good and bad. It means it would be very difficult for them to break in, but should we be surrounded, we will be stuck in there very easily, and we will be needing to fight. The other option... The other option is a warehouse. A large, sprawling warehouse used as a... I believe it's a slaughterhouse. Many entrances, many exits, many places to run away and hide. I would say that that building is too big for potential attackers to surround us from every entry point. Therefore, if you choose that option, and we are ambushed, attacked, whatsoever, we could easily flee into the night, possibly with, but perhaps without, our hostage. In the event that all goes to plan, then it does not really matter which you pick, but either of those is a choice.
Both have their merits.
Defensible ingress points is something that I would be looking for, which I feel like the warehouse might not have, but like you pointed out, the ability to flee if we need to.
It is a question of priorities.
What's the worst that could happen?
The final death. For all of us.
That doesn't sound too bad.
A question for the philosophers, of which I am not. The warehouse would not be defensible, no. It would be suicide to hold out there if there were an attack, but it would be very easy to escape our pursuers. That is the trade-off. Take the bunker, and should we be pursued by anyone, either we don't come out, or we destroy them.
Well, what we need to reasonably figure out is who would be following us. Do you think Dr. Hansen has some sort of a tracking signal? Either actual physical tracking signal or one of these magical mumbo-jumbo ones? Are all of his cultists smelling him from a mile away and slowly approaching us like zombies?
Magical assistance would be wise, both to examine the man and also to perhaps treat or in ways that I cannot secure the room. Which is interesting because you know that Banu Hakim have some magic. But he doesn't particularly... He's not volunteering any information about himself at this point.
Who of us would be going to the bunker? So the other question would be like, how big is the space? Would we be able to have enough people there that we could theoretically defend if there was a fight?
There would be no personnel limit, so to speak. Certainly the 5 of us, and if you invited others, I imagine a good dozen could fit in there comfortably. Any more than that and you'd be pushing it. The entrance is a choke point. Slamming the door shut would be one option, and calling for help. Or opening the door, seeing what comes in, and...
Unless the
ripping
thing
it
that
apart.
comes in is a flamethrower, we should be good. Theoretically.
He does not
How
agree
does
nor
it work?
disagree. He just, it's just, Again, I would say it is a matter of...
vote then?
Sorry. Come.
So do we put it up for a vote then, or are we just standing here awkwardly waiting for somebody to pick one?
I personally would feel safer in the bunker. It's more easily controlled.
Katya is the well, our combat specialist. So, Katya,
Yusuf raises an eyebrow.
would you be in?
Comfortable with a defensible location?
You would be able to give the place a look before the thing happened, though Yusuf does point out, if the doctor has a tracking device upon him, where is he now? Is he safe?
Well, theoretically.
Were any attempts made to ensure this?
Yes.
They were? I mean, yes.
I will not question my acting prince. Very well. The bunker will be ready tomorrow. He gives you an address. He says that you're welcome to go take a look at it, but he isn't certain that you will be able to get in, which is probably a good sign until he has sorted it. But, if you can, hey, well done. And yeah, just if there's anything else that you need from him, no worries. He also asks what the guidelines are, because there are two approaches that he could think of for getting information out of someone unwilling. One would be to make them very happy and make them feel at ease and not quite not quite themselves through the use of certain substances that he may or may not have. And the other way would be to make him very, very unhappy and screaming and wishing for the pain to stop.
The man is a committed fanatic. Instilling fear, I expect, would not be an easy task.
He can
We
prepare
might have to
both,
get
but
creative.
generally speaking, once the limb chopping has started, you can't then go back to the lighter touch.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something to think about. He will be prepared for both. And he also asks, you mentioned something about his eyes, dangers.
He has, in the past, hypnotized through eye contact. I do not know whether or not this same talent extends to his voice, but I would certainly suggest caution. We don't know that he can't do this.
That would be wise to consider.
Nulai, you kind of know how the vocal stuff works. But Yusuf shakes his head and says that that's not his area per se, but obviously you can't do anything about the man's voice if you want to ask him questions, unless you have a telepath, but that's not him. But he imagines that a blindfold won't hurt, and if the doctor does come out swinging and is just as dangerous while bound, he asks Joanne whether the plan is to incapacitate him or kill him.
That's a very serious question.
I think it would depend on what his answers to our questions are.
Yeah.
You unstake him, he immediately hypnotizes Katia and gets her to start taking a fire axe to everybody's heads. Do I kill the man or incapacitate him?
Ooh.
Incapacitate, we need answers about our prince as much as
Yeah, we really do.
On your
we
heads be it.
adore our acting prince.
One final point. We know that he can turn into a fog or a cloud. If he wishes to escape, that will likely be his first action. How do we prevent this from occurring?
We shut the bunker's
Fire.
door.
Oh.
Can he go through
It's
thick steel?
airtight?
Can he go
Not
through
to my
thick
knowledge.
steel? The oxygen would be a problem if we were alive. Do
Very
not bring
true.
any mortals. Unless they have... well,
Was this bunker designed for mortals?
No.
Because if so, I'm scared of your business.
no. But that does
Fair
raise a
enough.
question to one of your plans, but nonetheless. Alright, if there are no other questions for Yusuf, he will depart. That's his checklist. Where, how, what's he allowed to do, you know? So he's satisfied.
I had one, and it just vanished.
Okay.
Like Hansen does when you try and catch him. Just gone. Which is mildly frustrating because I feel like it was an important one. No brain.
If it comes to you in the next short while, we can rewind time to add it to the end of this conversation, but I don't want to sit here waiting in case it appears.
Yeah.
Okay. Other thing to note, you pretty much have all contact information for the Primogens now, including Crimson, if you were willing to put his number into your phones. Just, insofar as this meeting went, such things were offered, especially since you guys, Joanne, but it was sort of unstated that it's Joanne and the others, are the authority now. The other thing is, Jacob had been staying at yours because he was terrified that people were going to kill him. Now that the whole leadership has literally seen him, and only one of them tried to kill him, and that attempt was thwarted, he is now comfortable in going back to where he lives, presuming you guys let him.
Oh.
I would
that-
say yes.
I would say yes too, because if we are to treat him like an ally, we can't restrict his
Mhm.
movement.
Mm,
It sets a bad precedent for our other allies.
yeah.
So,
Do we invite him to the interrogation?
Do we need him? Can he prove himself to be useful there?
everybody knows that you have the doctor and that the interrogation is happening. Who was at the meeting? Yusuf is the only person who really approached you, though Crimson had in the past said that he wanted in. So Jacob did not indicate any desire, but that does not mean... well, if you ask him, you'll find out.
I suspect it's not quite his kind of party.
Fair enough.
I
And
mean, what is he gonna do? Dump money on him until he starts talking?
True. And I know we have the numbers for most of the primogens, but
Have you ever been paper cut by a banknote?
Katya, you have the direct line for Celia, don't you? We could bypass him. Call Crimson.
We could, but would he take that as a snub?
Do we care?
I don't.
I don't
On the
like
other
him either.
hand,
But let's
Not
not
liking him.
antagonize.
true, not
When not
liking
needed.
someone doesn't mean that we shouldn't invite them to something important as this. Perhaps a double invitation might go well.
But yeah, before the night ends, message everybody that you want anything out of for this tomorrow, whether that's their presence or any sort of tangible help or precaution or whatever.
Okay, let's
My
think.
suggestion would be not inviting Walter himself, but we could very politically state that
So,
since his help was instrumental in acquiring the doctor, if he wishes to have an observer present at the event, that is at his discretion.
and will Katia call Celia and state that?
I can, if the
think
group
that's
is
a
more comfortable
diplomatic
talking to
route.
her than him.
Okay.
I think that's a very diplomatic way to go.
She listens, and when you've stated that out, she says, I will have to ask, but I imagine my employer would find that agreeable. I will call again shortly. Click. And you will get a response shortly, but who else is being considered to be contacted here? Olda.
We're reaching out to church, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I will text.
Hello, you've reached the
Sapphire.
Vatican. No. Your skin begins to burn on the other end of the line. You will text Sapphire?
Yes.
Okay.
And just, Sapphire, we're gonna ask questions to this really, really annoying guy who you might remember from last time. You and church want to come, yay or nay?
You get a response with a request for the when and where. Nothing indicating an absolute yes or no, just, specifics.
More info. Okay.
Yeah.
I would probably reply with the details and then also mention, these are the people that we've reached out to. Our intent is for transparency, and if we're gonna have a proper resolution to this, then everybody should know who is being invited. Whether they'll all show, don't know, but that is the plan.
So you mentioned that Celia and Yusuf or well, she wouldn't really know who Celia, but Yusuf and one of Crimson's people
Yes.
will be involved. Okay.
Yes. Because if I remember correctly, Sapphire knows about Crimson's involvement in the whole thing, and also knows that he was like helpful in the last mission.
Yeah. The response that you get is, sounds like an interesting party. Do you push her for whether that means she's coming or not, or do you just leave it there?
I reply that it does, and I've never known you to turn down a good party.
I will talk to the boss.
Excellent. See you there.
You get a call, Katia, while Joanne is fiddling with the phone. I assume that you answer.
Mm-hmm.
My employer agrees to these terms. He will not attend your business himself. However, he would like to speak with the four of you in person first. At a house of our choosing. And she gives you an address.
I will relay this invitation to our acting prince. Which I would then do, and
See what they say.
group discussion, one presumes.
Flynn knows
I
that
don't
address,
like
but that doesn't need to be the group's knowledge.
Oh, I
Flynn's
really
gonna
don't.
actually, she's gonna say to Joanne, may I have a moment of your time in private, please?
Okay.
All right.
I'm just picturing Joanne as an ever-increasing stress ball here.
Yeah, like if you can see the visible, you know, like in the cartoons when they start getting that worry like wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worry wiggle is here.
Very good. Okay. Does Nulai and Katia just politely say that off?
If it's not my business, it's not my business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy to do it in sight of the others, but not in earshot.
So you guys stop. Well, Gwendolyn has... She's probably still in the club, but she's left the private area, perhaps off to go sulk. So you guys are the last four still there at this point. You feel like it's mostly private. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
You never saw the Nosferatu leave, but, you know, everyone else you saw walk out the door. You're assuming
assume
that
they
she
went
got
out
out
the
the
window.
window at some point, but you didn't physically see it happen, so that might be in your mind. But otherwise, empty building.
Huh. All right. Do we like walk over to another room? What's the deal?
If the other two are happy, they could wait outside the room. It's a very short conversation. It might help with your stress levels.
That would be cool. I'd really like to reduce those. I feel like it's been a day.
It's been a week. Alright, so the two of you move to a position where you think that you can talk privately and begin.
What's up?
Okay, so you're gonna have to take some of what I say on faith. I strongly recommend you go to this meeting with Crimson. I have been to a similar meeting. At no point was I, mind controlled or anything like that. But I strongly recommend that you go there, because if you do, I can then talk to you all a lot more easily, and you might find a little bit more trust for Crimson and understand why he is the way he is. The reason he's asking you to go to this special house is because the house itself is safe. I wouldn't ever put you in danger. Prince or not, you are my friend. But I
If it was
cannot.
anyone else, I would probably be suspicious. But I do trust you.
If I could tell you more, I would, but it's simply not safe to say more outside of this house.
All right.
Flynn, you feel a chill.
Yeah, better do.
No, not a normal one.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything else, go on.
And that's all I say.
Do we go now? Do we...
Yes, earlier the better.
Okay, well that does not help the anxiety. So before I implode, let's go.
Okay, yeah, Crimson didn't he said before the interrogation, he didn't say when day-wise, but if it's immediate, I assume that first you talk to the other two about it, but second that somebody tells him.
I will, in front of everybody, I'll pick up my phone and I will call Crimson.
Flynn. Is he on
They've agreed.
speaker?
Yeah, I said you're on speaker. Everyone's
Well, that's bold.
Our acting prince has agreed to the meet. I suggest it's very quick, very rapidly. I don't have a good feeling about between now and then.
I'll have it reinforced.
Thank you.
Click.
I still have the van, right?
Yes.
I'm just like, get in the van. Like I grab the keys and I say get in the van as I'm walking out the club.
Out of the private room, down through the bouncing music and all of the dancing, out through the bouncer. All right.
Yep.
Are we walking hastily with purpose, or?
Yep, hastily with purpose.
As you exit the club.
Oh no.
Let's just do awareness checks.
Oh no.
Oh no. Wits and awareness. On everybody. Katia, modify that with a +2. Everyone else, normal.
Okay, awareness. Wait, which one do we roll with again?
Wits. But you hit the button next to awareness and then you add the
And
wits.
then okay. Am I? Oh. Okay, never mind. I was looking for it in alphabetical order, going down, not realizing it goes.
Yeah, I feel like it should be columns alphabetical. It's not.
Very confusing.
Flynn
The
and,
only order. Sorry.
Oh.
Flynn and Nulai do not see anything as you exit the club.
The only audible thing that Flynn says after having spoken to Joanne is, the house is safe. The cult might listen elsewhere.
Katia and Joanne, you see this. And Joanne in particular, this... I'm not going to punish you too much because it's just an awareness check. It's just that you've noticed it. Like, it's a messy critical. You see it really clearly. You know exactly what happened. And it stokes the fires of your paranoia. but it's not that complicated. You don't make out who it is. But in an alleyway across from the entrance, buried in the darkness, there is clearly a figure. And the figure does not vanish, so much as soon as it sees you and as soon as it notices that it is being observed, you get that impression. This is a reaction. What it's doing here is not what it intended to do. It intended to stand there and watch you. It shimmers, and it sinks into the earth. Now, Katya, you got bonus points there because that is a protean ability, similar along the lines of turning into mist and such. That happened a lot faster than you've seen younger Gangrel do it with, but you're like, oh, that's a vampire thing. Joanne, you have no idea what that is, but it's weird and scary, and as
Do not like.
as you process that, and as you maybe look to Katya and the others, and you notice that Katya is staring, you're like, the effect of the messy critical is that you feel like for the next night, or however long this stays in your head, that you are being spied on by the soil. and that there are lurkers in the ground, and that you cannot trust your feet, and that it's terrifying. So just
Lovely.
add that to your many stresses, shall we say.
Do you let the rest of us know?
I would probably like to turn to you very quickly and go, you don't happen to know someone yay high, likes to lurk, kind of shimmery, disappears when you see him?
I look at Nulai.
Right, now we're going to the mystery dungeon and we're being followed.
I
Tell me
take
again how you got me into this van?
Glenn will take her phone out again and send Crimson a text that just says we might be being watched or followed.
The text that returns is very long. It is a set of directions that is not the direct express quick way to where you're going. It will eventually get you to where you are going, but you will be driving in... It's as though you are, like, taking your vehicle and pretending... It's like you're role-playing as a corkscrew with it. You are going in a lot of different directions, and you feel like you're going to have to check that message every few turns to know which ones are next. But eventually you will arrive.
I would follow those to the letter.
Yes. We're just we're gonna call that a resolve and drive roll to see how that experience goes. Presuming that you guys get into the car and go and don't hang about.
Can do. So is it drive first or resolve first?
Drive. You have to roll the skill because the drop down won't let you add the skill if you roll the other one. Because it's dumb.
Solid 3.
I mean, that's the maximum successes you could get with that that dice pool outside of a critical. Yeah, you're able to not panic too much and follow and follow. It's not a calm journey, but I assume everybody's looking out windows and seeing if they spot anything similar. Joanne, you're quite worked up. You're like sort of convinced that whatever this is just like following you under the earth. So I don't know if you'll look. You're just like, it's coming after us. It's coming after us. It's coming after us. Not a complete breakdown, but
Does it help her at all knowing that I'm taking like evasive movements to like not be followed?
Probably a little, but at this point, like, anxiety is pretty much peak. I'm gonna like maybe vibrate through a wall at some point.
fair enough. I'll let you know if Joanne manages to exit the vehicle by virtue of the power of vibration turning them into the vision and just like fucking ignoring the laws of solid matter. But so far, so good. Yeah, let's just get, for those of you that are looking around, and I will say that Flynn's too busy, can I get awareness and intelligence checks, because you're specifically searching just to see if anyone sees anything or doesn't see anything. Katia, you're disappointed in yourself. Nulai, you get the impression, and really depends on how sure of yourself you feel, but you actually don't think there's anyone out there. At least, you know, no one in the mundane sense, and the ground looks fine. You know, the other two would have, you know, mentioned the whole sinking into the ground thing. You certainly don't see anybody out there who isn't, you know, going about their business. Like, there are other cars, but none of them are following the van. There are pedestrians, but none of them are fast enough to follow the van. You'd say, and it's tough for you because you didn't see the original figure, but you'd almost be like, there's no one out there. They didn't see anything. Idiots. Eventually, you arrive on the fairly nondescript street towards the fairly nondescript house that Flynn has visited to speak to Crimson before. And as you guys pull up, exit the van, Flynn, you feel that chill again. And all four of you, for the first time in 2 cases, start to hear a voice that is in your head. And you know it's in your head. You know it's not a voice. You know it's not someone singing from down the street because, you know, sound location, right? It's in your head, but it's not your thought. And you all hear the same thing, though you'd have to compare notes and talk about it if you want to figure that out. It's just a fairly somber singing. Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. As you walk towards the door.
Joanne, you hear that?
I'll look at Nulai.
You guys have this in your head all the time?
You hear
Fairly
it?
often.
We are not supposed to hear
No,
it.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
The voice
we're
you
not
hear,
supposed
the voice you hear saying we are not supposed to hear it, is in the doorway, and it's Crimson's soft-spoken soldier bodyguard, Salim, who is, you know, beckoning with his hands. Come inside. And he disappears through the doorway.
I take a quick step to go inside.
As you do, and as each of the others follow, as soon as you cross the threshold of that doorway, the singing, which is still going, stops. You will never break the... As soon as you throw. Stopping at a different point for each of you, because you're not going through the doorway at the same time. You're not Monty Burns diseases.
Flynn lets out a huge breath, like a sigh of relief.
Does anybody not go in immediately?
Nula just tags along.
You're in a dark hallway, but there's a room off to the side with the light on. You presume that that's where he is. But he's not calling out, and you'll have a moment to collect yourselves. Ask questions of Flynn, if you feel like it.
So how much are they paying you to send us to the slaughterhouse?
Not dignifying with a response or collecting thoughts?
Forgetting to press my push to talk button was what I was doing.
Okay, good. I thought we were just building dramatic tension.
Flynn will say, I'm not leading you to the slaughterhouse. I never have. I've always protected you. I've always had your best interests at heart. It would be better if Crimson explained first. It would have heard otherwise if we didn't come here, and then you can ask questions of both him and of both me, and on my word is everything that I am, I promise to answer them all honestly. But only in this house.
Salim appears from the doorway to the room with the light on and says, "Whenever you're ready, of course." And then goes back and leaves you alone.
What are we waiting for?
Flynn will make a move to go in to see Crimson.
Okay. Does everybody follow?
Mm-hmm.
You sound thrilled about this.
Begrudgingly.
Not thrilled about the music.
Okay. Crimson is sitting comfortably in an armchair and directs everybody to couches and armchairs and comfortable. It seems like a upper middle class person's urban home, so to speak. Like, it's, boring but comfortable. It's a nice little living room with a TV. There's no sign of human beings. Never was. Never saw any sign of human beings last time. This could be Crimson's house for all you know, but you feel like maybe not. Just. Your gut says that's not the case. But it is empty in any case. Celia is in the room as well. She is not seated. She's towards a window, and she looks not uncomfortable, but she doesn't look relaxed. She looks alert and appears to be sort of focused, concentrating, even though she's not actually doing anything. Observably. But Crimson waves his hand and... Thank you all for coming. I realize that this is probably terrifying.
Flynn looks incredibly stressed, like she's reaching Joanne levels of stress.
Ooh, that's impressive.
I don't need her. Oh god. This is not great.
First, perhaps I should
said this would calm me.
apologize for some of the adversarial ways that I have acted towards you all in the past. Specifically, he points to Nulai and Joanne, the two of you. But I have invited you here to share a bit of knowledge with you. I'll tell you why I'm here. And why it is that this city is a place of madness. I take it you are willing to listen?
Flynn just looks at everyone pleadingly. She is desperate
far?
to listen to this.
Do I really have a choice?
There is always a choice. Though going outside alone right now might not be... Well, I have no idea, to be honest.
Rock, hard place.
The couch is soft. Nonetheless. I would presume that the Malkavians amongst us have heard it before. Judging by what I heard from my man Salim, it was a little more insistent and a little louder in your journey here.
Flynn just nods.
Which means that the time of subtlety has perhaps passed, but as things go.
Someone was singing in my head. This happens to the rest of you all the time?
Not me.
I can assure you that it will never happen again if you do not want it to, following our conversation.
At this point, Flynn just sort of breaks and she goes, "Could you be less of a cryptic fuck, please?"
Celia speaks up. In my experience, dearie, no, he could not. Thank
There
you. I'm building up to it. All right, look. Immortality is a thing that they say we possess. It's a lie. We just don't get old and die, right? Sooner or later, something gets us. Whether it's a separation between the neck and shoulders, a blast of fire, all sorts of things. But sometimes one of our kind gets very, very lucky. They get older and older until they are so old that their power is immeasurable, but their body is a wreck. Everything that happens in
Oh, boy.
Shadeport
I know where this is going.
happens under the notice of one such withered old prick. I do not know its real name, though I am well aware of the name it purports to hold now. Its power waxes and wanes. There are periods in which it is louder and periods in which it is quieter. To the best of my knowledge, somewhere in Shadeport it sleeps. While asleep, it dreams a wonderful mixture of reality and fiction. And all of us are there within it. I have encountered one thing capable of blocking out the senses of this beast. And that is the power of a mortal mage. This building is under Celia's protection, and to a lesser extent she is capable of placing your minds under a similar level of that protection. She'll have to give you a top-up. I believe the music got to you this time?
It did, yeah.
We weren't expecting that, but we will adapt. We will not do anything to you without your consent, and he specifically looks at Nulai when he says that. But you may wish for the assistance after we're done talking. But that's not the story. That's just the beginning. Right now it calls itself Nathaniel, and it works through this cult. But again, Nathaniel is not its name. Nathaniel was my name. back when I was the La Sombra Primogen before. Back then, I was the creature's favorite puppet. One of many, but the one chosen to do the most important job. I had very little control over myself at that time. I wouldn't doubt that our Dr. Hansen is in a similar state now. I do not know why this creature performs the actions that it does. Perhaps it is simply bored. Perhaps this city is its television. And things aren't interesting when kindred society gets along happily and there isn't any chaos. Beats me, I don't really care. But 5 years ago, when the Camarilla was strong, kindred followed our rule, everything was fine, I began to hear that voice. It pushed me to power. It pushed me to schemes. But not in a way even remotely clever, I mean. To sneak up behind the prince and just rip her head off and announce that I was now in charge. Oh, the hubris. I should have realized something was going on. But nonetheless, it happened. I got away, and as I left Shadeport, I realized that I hadn't been acting under my own power for quite some time. I stayed away. I learned. I made a valuable friend. And now, I'm back to rectify wrongs of the past.
You said to me that this thing had lured or engineered all of us being here or being where we were, or in the position that we were in.
Very likely. Think about
Perhaps.
it.
Sorry. Flynn also, perhaps you would like to hear how I came to Shadeport.
Are you saying that to the group?
Yep.
Well, this all seems pretty crazy. So yeah, why not?
You drink blood and have had your own funeral.
I first met Crimson here, Nathaniel, whatever he's calling himself at any given time, when I was fleeing my home. After killing, or draining and killing my sire. A crime for which I should rightly be hunted down and killed. He offered instead a new life, with strings attached. Those strings were that I would be bloodbound to him. However, after learning of this being that controls this place and learning how it engineered everyone to be here, it engineered Nulai to be here, it engineered everyone.
To be fair, I engineered you, but, well, you seem
Yeah.
talented.
I, instead of fighting the bond as I had been doing previously, I simply asked questions. And I asked if I could be freed from it. And at this point, I almost am. What he's saying is true. And he is trustworthy.
I realize coercion and blood bonds are distasteful. But given I've just told you the story about a being that can get its hooks into people's brains and change them and make them do things that they would otherwise not, you can perhaps see why a little extra insurance was appealing to me in this time.
It just seems really odd, you know. Hearing all of this feels a little hypocritical. I'm not gonna lie. So it's a case of, you stare long enough into the void, this void stares back, you become the monster you hunt. I don't like which cliche are we going through here, Crimson? Or are you just an ass?
I have a goal. I intend to achieve it. I no longer think that the three of you, are in any way compromised. So I figured it was time to stop hiding. Also, now it knows you know.
Great! Well...
A Shadeport free of
what's
this
another
beast would be a
inmate
much
to the
better
list?
city.
Is that something that you believe we can collectively accomplish? This great elder being? It's been alive for how many eons? Can it be destroyed or only delayed?
The research continues. Celia speaks up. It has a long history of getting what it wants. The question of fighting it versus joining it is the one you have to face. Fleeing it? Are you going to tell them about your 5 years? Not a time I particularly enjoy remembering. You ever had an itch on a part of your back that you cannot reach? Like I said, I got away from the city. The voice went quieter, but it didn't go dead. Not until I met her. If it wants you here, you will probably be here. The only reason I got away, perhaps it was rewarding me for being such a good little tool in the first fall. Didn't want me to quite die. Sent me out. But it didn't let go.
How did you know of this? How did you find out?
About the monster in my head? The monster under the city? It doesn't so much try to keep itself hidden as it does bulldoze. When you're that deep into it, I mean, you've seen the current cult. They believe in their savior. I knew I was being guided, I just didn't think it was a problem.
It's usually how it goes, isn't it?
It seemed as though your own wisdom or conscience drove you, not some external force. Until later.
I'm not particularly interested in painting myself as a saint. Nor am I interested in how people see me, I'm just interested in the facts. It's there. It doesn't mean you or your people anything good. Would you like to deal with it, or would you not?
I mean, why not just add it to the already incredibly long list of shit we have to deal with?
It's sort of part of the list already. It seems like it's the engineer of a lot of it.
If whatever force was responsible for the fall of the city years ago is tempting this again, I'm very keen on burning it from the face of the earth.
That's one option. Personally, I always wanted to tear its throat out and laugh at the ashes.
Why don't we do both?
Why not both?
No lie, you had a thought.
But why should I trust you?
You
Why should I
shouldn't.
believe
I'm
you?
Kindred. Kindred's are notorious liars. You shouldn't trust me at all.
Ironically, that makes you
Why should
seem
I
slightly
believe in
more
any of
trustworthy.
this?
Take a step outside and listen to the wind. That is what it was saying, right, Sully?
I mean, that's just what's been told as part of my insanity. What makes my insanity different from whatever this beast is? I have not been here for long, but all I've heard is that this is our curse, and we cannot deal with it.
So you see no difference between the beast inside of you and the beast that is not you. The beast inside of you is a parasite. It needs you as much as you need it to keep going. The beast without? You're just a tool. A plaything. If you want to be discarded, then sure, take your chances.
I can't protect you. I can't continue to protect you if you don't take this offer and if you leave this house and listen
What
to
do
the
you
wind.
mean, protect me? I have not once felt that I was being protected by anyone here. Except Juliet, but... Well... We don't talk about that.
Well, considering the creature I'm telling you all about is the one who has her, perhaps that's a reason to care.
Enemy of my enemy kind of thing.
I'd be
Go
very
on.
worried if I were a Malkavian in that thing's clutches. Family ties and all.
How long have you known that it's what had her and not said anything? I understand that you couldn't tell the other three, but you could have told me.
Did you not figure that out? As soon as you knew who had abducted her, I figured it was self-evident.
That's very convincing.
My very first thought was, given Juliet's abilities and Juliet's involvement in our stories thus far, and I think perhaps her steadfastness as well. She's resilient. And as something that the creature cannot control, that would put her in danger. So whether or not you're actually telling us the truth, some risk assessment would seem to agree with what you're telling us. So, you know, from that perspective.
The main thing here is that I'm not actually asking anything specific of you right now. The question you have to put to your mind when deciding whether I'm telling you the truth or not is what it is that I want. And really, I'm just here to give you ideas. You have a man to speak to, a man with close connections to the cult, and now you can ask him some questions following this conversation that you certainly couldn't have before. Bring Celia with you, and that interrogation room will be just as safe as this one. Do you know what that will do? That will take the creature out of the doctor's brain. That might have quite an effect.
I feel like that's a really great effect. Not gonna lie.
Also, it would perhaps provide an element of proof.
And I certainly don't have to be there. I already know all I need to. But yes, I will again, in the spirit of cooperation, apologize for the adversarial acts that I may have committed against you. Yes, when we first met, Joanne, I did erase your memory so that I could ask you some questions, but you must understand. Or not. I'm going to explain anyway whether you understand or not. When I arrived here, the first question in my mind is, who is the new puppet? I don't know this new Camarilla from Adam, but something brought them here, and it was definitely not fate. So, who is it? Is it the prince? I'll have to find out before I can speak to her. It's a shame that she was taken when she was. I think she would have been fantastic in this effort. I had just started to trust that she was not mixed up in all of this. And then... But I suppose you'll do...
I'm going to believe that the reason she was taken was because she was not mixed up in all this. That's what I'm going to go with for now. It makes sense.
I agree. Of course.
I've seen what she can do, and it's not trifling. So, she might seem like a quiet person, but she's not a pushover, and anyone that fucks with her at least got a very good run for their money. So, rescue mission / killing God knows how old like possibly infinitely powerful vampires. I mean, not what I had planned for any of the foreseeable future, but it's not like any of this was planned anyway, so...
It is a long and careful operation. We don't even know where it sleeps. It needs to be distracted, fragmented.
Gods. Alright.
The greatest weakness of an impossibly old, impossibly powerful bastard is attention span. You get him on what he's not looking at.
I have another few questions.
I don't doubt.
Before we do anything.
For now, we're not doing anything. I don't have nearly enough information, but we'll work on that.
Since we're playing cards on the table, and if we're going to do this, we might as well. I'll ask the things that I've suspected, and you can tell me why.
Is this a Flynn as well, or just of Crimson?
Just Crimson.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So I think it's a fairly safe bet to assume that you had some involvement in the chaos at the Elysium. And I have a reason for asking about this, which I will reveal shortly, but I want to know what was the extent
Very well.
of your involvement and why.
I had Celia perform a few tricks on the museum. One was generalized surveillance. I wanted to know exactly what was going on, where everybody went, who went missing, and who was up to mischief. The other thing was to take every single room outside of the meeting room and twist it, convolute it, into an inescapable maze. This had one goal only. To prevent a bloodbath. Lead everyone into the maze, separate them, less people die. Why? Because I don't get to kill my horribly old demon if the whole city gets evacuated again. I suppose I could lie to you and say it was because I have a bleeding heart that cares about minimizing violence, but no. It was because it would be inconvenient.
That aligns perfectly with the kind of man I have evaluated you to be. So, pretense is really not necessary.
As for the apparition of the fake Juliet, conga line, and the abduction, I knew nothing. I was expecting something to happen. It felt climactic. If there's one thing you learn from having a creature in your head telling you what to do for several years, is that you start to get a somewhat of a decent basis of how it thinks and what it likes. And frankly, this old bastard is a drama queen.
Well, that does help then,
Or
to some
king,
extent.
or gender-neutral primordial beast, I've never really asked.
So now we have this absolute fuckfest. How would you feel about revealing this information to the leader of the Anarchs?
That depends. Is he alone? Or are his representatives with them? We've already deduced, well, you have already come up with the fact that one of his cohort is in fact deeply embedded into this cult. Looks to Kathia.
I would vouch for two people. That would be Church and Sapphire.
Ah.
They have been instrumental in helping us with things as we've been trying to pick up the pieces. They also, as a matter of strategy, have one of our allies. And I think in the interest of potentially ending this fiasco, having someone as powerful as Church on our side would really be a good thing. I feel like we kind of want that.
If you are certain that neither one of them is a landmine waiting to get stepped on, then, well, some manner of risk can be acceptable. I have contingencies.
Sapphire, I don't doubt. Church is a bit of a wild card. He doesn't speak much. Bit of a cryptic character. I have a feeling you might have something in common, actually.
Also turns into a lion.
Yeah, also does that. Pretty cool. Neat
I do not
party
turn
trick.
into a lion.
But I imagine, given what I have dealt with him on, he's a safe choice and would be able to help us potentially sniff out other compromised parties if we could establish his safety.
Are we speaking metaphorically here, or does the lion thing come with a nose?
Metaphorically. But who knows? The nose knows.
If you mean for me to give them the story, that can be arranged. If you mean to do so yourselves, again, it is dangerous. Points to Celia. Get help.
I don't think we would attempt any of this on our own. I would potentially like to broker alliances. Before we go and question the doctor, if you would be willing to meet with Church and Sapphire, it would have to possibly be at a location they choose. They have been wronged the most in all of this, and would be the most mistrustful of any gestures.
If they are willing to meet within an enclosed space, and if they are willing for Celia to muck around with the walls for a few minutes, then we can have our talk. If they do not consent to those conditions, then there cannot be one.
Seems amenable.
The secondary thing will, of course, present to them after. Which, by the way, leads us to it. When you step outside, your mind will no longer be shielded from the creature. Celia can change this. You will be aware of what she puts inside of your mind. Consider it a little pocket of safety. The upshot of that is, if the cult tries to brainwash you, it will be completely unsuccessful, which we have now proven, Flynn.
Yeah, it's.
She got the whole
smart.
treatment.
I did. That's why it didn't work for me.
Sounds like a good idea.
It is non-invasive. All you need do is trust her and believe her when she tells you it will work. If you cannot manage that, you will have an interesting future.
Well, Nula has been privy to how well that can work. So, sure.
Let's see if there's anything else. Right, spirit of transparency. Gwendolyn. You're probably thinking she's also in bed with me, metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
I really hope it's metaphorically because, I mean, I might not be your biggest fan, but you have better taste.
I don't actually think so. I think she's opportunistic, and if anything, I think she's probably involved with the cult on some level. Not necessarily deeply, maybe not to the point of brainwashing, but I don't think she needs that because she's a self-serving bitch, so she would probably go along with whatever surface things they might require.
I think Gwendolyn is involved with Gwendolyn.
For my part,
Yes.
for my part, Gwendolyn has ever been a contact. Not someone trusted, merely someone reliable for certain things and certain levels of discretion. This is why I was not particularly interested in her taking the reins of the Camarilla. I can absolutely see her being seduced to power by such a seductive voice. As to whether she's currently hearing it, I don't know. As to whether she will start to hear it, well, I can see the scenario being that the prince was removed such that Gwendolyn could be maneuvered into place. It tracks. Gwendolyn was involved with the creation of my Elysium maze. She knew I would be doing that, but she does not know why. She knew it was what I wanted, and she knew how to navigate it. Not for any reason. She wasn't involved with the creation. She just knew how to navigate it so that she could help reduce the amount of violence. She agreed. She thought it was a good idea.
Of course she did.
As for Jacob, I perhaps looked him deeply in the eyes and told him that I was wonderful and that he should help me get in with the prince. That's about the extent of that. If he's figured it out, he's probably rather angry with me. Not that he could do anything.
Angry and embarrassed.
There are two types of Ventru. Capable douchebags and pathetic ones. Jacob is the latter. Anything else?
I would have a few questions before I choose to trust you. Gulai pulls out the old crumbled letter from his pocket.
Ah,
Look familiar?
yes. Salim's
Did you write
handwriting, I
this?
believe.
Oh, okay. Did he hand it to me?
No,
Who handed me this letter?
Flynn did, but he
Yeah,
didn't say that. I'm just reminding Flynn.
Yeah, I did.
So what about the post owl thing?
Well, it's not exactly like I could come out and say it, is it? This is why this meeting was needed. I was hoping that you would accept the offer at the time and you would have been able to know this a lot earlier and be protected a lot earlier.
At the time, you were a stranger, and I wanted to get a feel of where your head was at, so I arranged a meeting. I gave you some busy work to do. Mind games. It's a kindred thing. You get used to it after a few decades. Or you don't and you die.
One more thing about the letter.
Hmm.
So, Salim's handwriting, did you instruct him how to write this?
I told him what to put down, yes.
Including the name?
I imagine it wasn't exactly a deeply memorable
So-
event.
But yet you somehow memorized my name. rather perfectly. It's not a very conventional name. Where did you come up with it? How did you come up with the way you write it?
You hear Crimson just sort of looks at you. Do you look at him back?
Yeah.
The voice in your head says, I'll let you ponder that one for a while. He breaks eye contact and... You have sort of done this stuff before. Juliet had sort of gone... And you felt the presence of another mind entering yours and leaving and all of that. Yeah, it didn't happen this time. Just a voice and then it was gone.
Can I try to communicate back?
Sure.
I think in my mind. So how much do you know?
Okay, then in that, he keeps eye contact and simply says, If I reached deeper, you would feel it. The point was that you did not. Clever, though. Never occurred to me in a million years that the spelling of your name would be a red alert.
Fair enough.
I will not do it again without your permission or knowledge. Unless I'm lying, of course.
Can you give me an example of how it would feel? Is it the same as the others? Or
What,
is
if
it different for everyone else?
These two are just staring at each other, by the way. For clarification, if he went deeper into your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the specific rules for defending against this? Or at least guideline-wise, because his is kind of stronger. Damn it. Huh. Okay, I guess the closest thing is wits and subterfuge. I don't know that I like that. Yeah, to read the mind of a non-consenting vampire, spend 1 willpower point before rolling. Yeah, I guess it's versus your wits and subterfuge. We'll go with that. But it is a contest, so I can't tell you whether you're... Okay, well that's probably not enough. You feel the unmistakable... It's like the mental equivalent of a finger jamming into like your arm or something, or like someone shoved their finger in your mouth almost, because it's a lot more personal because it's your brain. I'm trying not to be too graphic and awkward here, but like you're being poked and prodded at where you shouldn't be poked and prodded at, and you know it is, you know, someone that should not necessarily be there. You don't necessarily know what it is that this thing is looking for, but you feel as though you could have attempted to push back against it, but it just blasted through. But as soon as it goes in, it just sort of comes back out again. You might need to work on your defenses. He said that out loud.
Well, we all have to start somewhere. Will I say that out loud as well?
You don't really have any way of knowing whether he stole thoughts from you while he was doing that, but it was very quick. And you did sort of bring it on. So. But you get, presuming he's telling the truth, then you would feel that when someone was trying to. Unless they were even stronger than him. But yeah, Crimson at this point says, the manipulations of this creature are subtle, and I would advise you to consider no one beyond reproach, even if they are outside of its influence now, they may not be tomorrow. As to orchestrating everyone's arrival, well, perhaps we could go around the room. To the best of my knowledge, I identified Flynn as someone capable who could work for me in Shadeport and was in a situation such that she might be convinced to come here. So Flynn was very likely not brought here by the creature any more than I was brought back. But it would be arrogant to say that that's 100%. Joanne, I believe you're a local, born and raised here?
Yep.
So I suppose the question is whether Prince Juliet Hammersley turned you because Prince Juliet Hammersley felt like it, or because something else decided you were interesting.
Well, knowing Juliet is a caring person, even though that might not necessarily show. I suspect it was a little bit of a mixture of both. Something was shown, it was enough to pique interest, and whether or not Juliet knows, because obviously we won't know for sure, that whether or not she's aware of who or why these visions are so powerful, Juliet was never one to just act on things without thinking carefully. So it is entirely possible that it was a decision she made for herself, despite the influence.
Celia asks a short, clipped question directed straight at Joanne. Did she ever tell you anything about your ancestry? Kindred ancestry? Her sire, her sire's sire, so forth? She didn't.
Not that I recall. We talked a lot about, kindred ancestry in general, especially in Shadeport. I'm still learning a lot of the ins and outs.
If you can, find out.
Okay.
Turns to Nulai, the other Malkavian. And you? What do you know of your sire?
As much as you. Probably even less.
Eyebrow raises.
As far as I know, they're dead.
Where? Died where? Died doing what?
Died saving me,
Noble.
protecting me.
Almost as though you were very important. Kindred tend not to die for each other. And Katya? Any particular circumstances leading you here?
I came here because I could be useful here.
I believe Mikhail reached out to you and on account of him looking for folks to bolster up the Camarilla court at the time, and you were one of the ones that bit?
Help was requested. I answered that call.
Okay, so... Well, yeah, so Crimson asked for clarification, like, so, you know, who was your contact then? The prince?
The sheriff.
Ah. And he's alive, waiting in torpor for the Lion Man to be convinced. That's an interesting one.
Interesting is a word with many meanings, many insinuations.
He doesn't seem like the type to join a cult. Let me put it that way. He does seem like the type to believe himself invincible and get a solid shock when he learns he is not. But perhaps that will change when he wakes up.
He has a very good bullshit radar. So...
Does he?
He does. For someone to potentially get through it, it would mean they would have to be really, really, really...
I can't
good
say
at
I've ever
bullshit.
had a close encounter with the man. I had been told that people with a history such as his do demonstrate a rather hefty amount of resistance to some of my particular tricks, so I avoided him as best possible. All four of you here, all four of you consider that to directly contradict something you've heard before from Mikhail. Mikhail said that Crimson talked to him. Mikhail said that Crimson attempted to read his mind and failed. You know that story. You've heard that story.
I also believe that Crimson did read his mind, so
Yeah.
there is that.
Do y'all let that pass, or does anybody question it?
No, I'm going to question it.
Do you just relate what Mikhail said?
Yeah, no, I just like relate it. Honesty is currently Flynn's only currency.
He just looks at you like this. And he says that he wasn't... What did he say that I asked him to do? If you need a reminder. Mikhail's story was that Crimson had merely asked him... It was more to do with, like, just ingratiating with Juliet. I think it was get an invite to the Elysium or get in a meeting with Juliet. I can't remember the specific, but it was something fairly innocuous. Which
Yeah,
is
I would
perhaps
say
why
that.
people... Crimson's like, I didn't need to talk to the sheriff to get an invite to the Elysium. I had Jacob for that. Besides, by that point, I'd already established myself as the premier La Sombre in town. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone walked around wearing someone else's face.
Then what was actually asked of the sheriff? Did he exhibit any strange behaviors after this? Have any bizarre ideas?
It's Mikhail. All of his behavior is strange, and all of his ideas are bizarre.
Well, I would say leaping directly at the White Lion was a little unusual, but unusual for the rest of us, perhaps not unusual for him.
I do not expect nor care for you to believe me, but I can assure you that that did not take place. If a man... Well, if anybody attempted to look and sound like me in that moment, they have proven that they are capable of such a thing. The only glamour smith I know is Gwendolyn. I'd like to have some words with her.
Okay.
On that
so
note, then... Sorry.
No, I think you and I might be on the same thing. Carry on.
I was just going to say, on that note, then perhaps it would be prudent to have a passcode. A word that could be dropped to allow people to know that we are the real us.
This seems wise. But let's maybe not do that until we've all undergone the thing with Celia, because I do not want anyone to hear that and then, having decided they do not wish to participate, leave the room with that knowledge.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you were thinking along the same lines, but the next question then is, I guess we can kind of count Mikhail as compromised?
I think he would want us to.
Yeah. It also brings to question a lot more Gwendolyn's involvement, because this far I've assumed that she does whatever she wants because she is who she is, and people wouldn't necessarily need to threaten her because she acts of her own volition. But I pegged her as optimistic, not as intentionally malicious. And if this plot goes back as far as it has, and all of this was like put together, like I'm connecting some dots that would suggest Gwendolyn is a lot more involved in this than we thought.
If she is fool enough to believe in the creature's promises of power, then she would perhaps overlook the more omnicidal side.
But then here's the other question. If so, why was she so... I honestly expected more of a fight at the club, to be honest. I expected her to push back a bit harder, because I thought she had more invested in this.
Maybe she thinks she'll be easy to take out.
She was relying on my support and learned shortly before the meeting began that she would not have it. That's why.
So is she currently scurrying back to there somewhere to unfold the next part of their evil schemes? Or is she assuming, like, I don't... There's a wild card there.
She knows you have the doctor. Does she know where you live?
Yeah, she does.
We should wrap this up.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. So, single file, how does this work? Do you say some words?
Gestures are irrelevant, but I find it easier if I were to grasp your head.
If it makes you all more comfortable, I can go first.
Haven't you
Let's
done
go.
this already?
Yes. But as Crimson mentioned, I clearly need a top-up if I heard the song as well as you.
Celia shakes her head. Less of a... Not so much a top-up, a slight amendment as to its, specifics. I need to add something that I didn't realize needed to be there before.
So what exactly... How exactly...
Consider it a bubble or a pocket inside your head. You won't feel it, really. All it does is create the same kind of ward within your thoughts that exist within this room. It means that the creature will not be able to know what you have planned against it, what you think of it. It will also not be able to influence you any more than it already has.
So, there's some sort of... You mentioned magic. Is this different from, like, vampire stuff?
I am not teaching you my secrets, but yes, it is something you will never be capable of.
Well, if you're not teaching me, like, if it's something I'm never capable of, then you might as well explain how it works. Don't worry, I'm not gonna ruin your next world tour. You can become David Copperfield all you want.
She walks over to the fireplace. She grabs the fire poker. Holds it up. This is a fairly hefty metal object, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Hold it.
You
believe that it is... You know?
I believe that it is
sharp.
a rather heavy object.
You could use it to stab someone with the pointy end, or you could swing the blunt thing at them and it would still hurt quite a bit. Or you could use it for its natural purpose. All of these things.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you it was in fact an elaborate candy cane?
I'd say you're bullshitting.
Indeed. And it would remain as hard and metallic as it always was. Hand it to Flynn.
Alright.
Work with me, dearie. Same
Of
question.
course.
If I
Then I
told you
could-
it was elaborate candy cane and it would soon bend in your hands and be rather soft and completely inedible for one such as you.
I would believe you.
As she says that, the object shimmers. And without further ado, it turns into exactly what she has said. It is brightly colored and very odd. And holding it in two hands, it begins to sag around them both. Your blood sorcery is fairly straightforward. You use your blood to take things that should not be and make them real. I don't bother with all of that. The world is governed by laws of science. People like me say, not to put too fine a point on it, no it isn't. And if there is enough power behind that assertion, then what we say is. The creature will not see past the bubble. If you can believe that, it won't. If you doubt me, good luck.
So a placebo.
That's not a healthy way to look at it.
Well, in one way, a placebo. Placebos can be just as effective, as long as you believe in them.
It's about conviction.
If your method of convincing yourself works, then you will be fine. If you cannot manage that, I cannot help you.
Very well.
Starts with Flynn. As she repeats the process, as you remember, she places her hands on your head. She doesn't really look at you, she just stares off into the distance. You feel that little bubble which... You wonder if you're imagining it, because she says you don't necessarily feel anything, but you have both times. Maybe because you're just, you know, self-actualizing based on how it's been described as you. But you feel it kind of strengthening. And at that point you do hear Celia's voice in your head simply say, "Yours is slightly different. I'm not going to be able to talk to them. Somehow... one of them I don't think would appreciate it. One of them I would rather not speak to any more than I have to. And the third, well... one line of communication is enough for me."
I think fair, but I don't say it out loud.
She lets you go. And then she looks to see who would be next.
I would step up behind Flynn.
Okay. She places her hand on your head. It's... well, you tell me whether you feel anything or not. Because... it could well be that she just holds your head for a while and then stops and says she's done. Or it could be that you two start to feel something curl around your brain that you weren't supposed to feel, but nonetheless. It's probably not there if it actually happens.
It would probably feel like if you opened a window at the back of a house somewhere, and a draft slowly started pulling through, and you just felt like, oh, that's a different air.
Yeah.
And then
When you walked into the building for the first time, it did feel as though the atmosphere changed a little. It was hard to make that out, though, because the main thing that changed was that the song cut out. But it doesn't feel any different, given that you're already in the room, perhaps. Moves on to Katya. She, stops and waits for the nod of go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
She does it. She's holding your head a little tight. But she does her job. Stops. Moves on to
I don't
Nulai.
ask any questions. She knows her business.
Moves on to Nulai. I would say that Katya doesn't feel anything. You were told that you weren't going to feel anything. You don't feel anything. Seems like the way Katya would think. To Nulai.
Remind me, what is this bubble supposed to protect me against again?
The awareness and influence of the creature. It will not know what we discussed, it will not know how much you know about its nature, and it will not be able to turn you into its little puppet.
Okay. Nulai will consciously think that he wants to extend that protection against anyone. Nulai will want to believe that this will protect him from any sort of mental influence or mind reading, especially from Crimson. And that's what he chooses to believe in.
Celia does not react in any way that implies that she knows what you're doing. She acts the same way she does with everybody else. Nulai, I'd say, would probably feel the bubble. Quite intently.
Nulai wants to feel the bubble.
It slides around. It's not over your entire head. It's like a pocket somewhere. But as she would say, it's... The part of you that is connected to this is the part that the creature would be interested in. But I would say that Nulai can feel it get a little bit bigger. Just calmly and quietly, it broadens, and he feels as though he is doing that. You feel as though you are encouraging it to widen its field. As to whether that is actually happening, you do not know, but it happens. Anyway, she finishes with everybody, and I would say that we're halfway through and that we should take a short break here, after which y'all can think about where you're going next, who you're talking to next, and just process the Godzilla Threshold goalpost move that just happened. We'll be back. Hello, everybody. We are back, and everybody's mind is safely cushioned. And unless there's anything else to say to Crimson, the next step now is to leave and take care of business.
Rapidly?
Okay, where are you going?
The cupboard?
Yes, the cupboard. Definitely the cupboard. That would be...
Okay. So, as I recall, your home has a very secure second floor and a not so secure first floor. Based in the terms of the construction, given not that much time has passed over the course of this game, but the area with all of your bedrooms and private places has been, seen to as the priority. So the question is, where's the closet?
I mean, we're putting him in the most secure location we can. He's a captive.
Did you?
I would say so.
Okay.
Took a lot of work to get this guy. We're not letting him walk out if we have any way to prevent it.
You arrive at your
imagine
home to find that the lock of the door has seemingly been forced.
God damn it.
Did Jacob forget his keys again?
Jacob was allowed to not go back to yours. You let him off to go wherever. He's going back to his place. No one was here.
Okay, well, knife out. I'm walking in as though we're expecting trouble.
Okay. You feel as though the home isn't empty. You can't be sure about it, but Katia, you've learned enough to be like, signs of recent disturbance versus signs of long ago disturbance. Mm-hmm. So either this person has just left or not, but it looks more like the disturbances of someone entering and searching, because you see cupboards open, you see things strewn about. It's not completely trashed, but it was with purpose.
Well, there's one primary item of concern, so I will immediately want to see whether anyone appears to have gone to the second floor in their search.
Okay, so the staircase is such that a sort of metal. You didn't design the security system, but you would have signed off on it, and it's only really now that it's come up. So basically, how it works is that if the house is intruded upon, it'll kind of go into panic mode as far as the second floor is concerned, and there will be a lot of these barrier shutters and such. And the thing that you should invest in, maybe, now that you think about it, some kind of alarm that gets to you wherever you are to let you know this is happening, because that wasn't specified, so you didn't know. So that occurs to you. So you see that the shutter to the first, upstairs bit has been battered in, and that someone has gone through. How do you approach that?
I'm heading upstairs.
Okay. Followed?
Yeah, I'll follow.
You hear some stumbling. Yeah, so the upstairs has 4 enclosed rooms, which is where your people sleep, and there'd be a few other rooms as well, one of which would be a storage area with a closet with a doctor in there. You hear some shuffling from down the hallway that could be from in there, might not.
Well, my absolute first priority is making sure the doctor's secure and nobody has unstaked him.
Okay.
If I get jumped in the attempt, that's...
So you just gotta rush into the storage room?
Yeah, that's... We need to know he's not getting away again. That's
okay.
more important than my safety.
I would be following hot on Katya's heels because there's no way I'm.
You rush.
Yeah.
You rush into the storage room. You see that the closet door has been flung open, and inside the closet, you see Dr. Hansen exactly where you left him.
Upside
And then you
down.
realize what the shuffling was. The floor is covered in rats. And they are all staring at you. At Katya.
Are they vampires that can turn into a swarm of rats?
Oh, there's one that can turn into a lion.
I mean, there's probably a role for this, but my guess would be very much yes.
It could be any number of things, but what you know, Katya, quite well, is that Arkady Volkov likes rats. And no, he didn't turn
shit.
into them. But he would send them out to be his eyes and ears. He would use them to see the world and hear the world and learn things. You also know that those rats don't know how to batter in metal shutters. They got up here anyway. But you don't see them.
Okay. I will share with my companions. They're probably not alone. Their master may still be on the premises elsewhere.
The rats are... or whatever noise rats make, I don't actually know. But they're making a lot of noise, and they just start filing out of the room. Like they are school kids lined up, being led by their teacher who is not there, outside. And if...
Well, I'm not.
You don't follow them?
I'm not gonna step on any, but I'll definitely give them my best feral angry vampire hiss of "You're not welcome here."
Okay.
But I will
They just begin leaving.
I don't want to leave the body, because who knows? Somebody, if I follow him, maybe somebody slips in behind me.
Maybe we could call, him and see if he has a space at another cupboard that's slightly more protected than this one.
If you all check the other rooms whose shutters have been battered, which isn't all of them, you will find that there is no sign of Volkov. I assume between the four of you, you can get eyes on a few good places, but you quickly come to the conclusion that he is not up here on the second floor, but he got all the way, or at least his rats did.
This makes no sense.
The rats are just slowly leaving your house. Does anybody go after them?
Yeah, I'll give him a bit of a follow. I'm curious.
I'm also very curious, but I...
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna assume I left my dog at home. So, I'm going to tell him, I don't want to just rush out of the house because somebody could do whatever while we're gone, but go get a scent on those rats so we can follow them later.
Okay. Pasha would have been outside, I assume?
Yes.
Because he's got his area?
Mm-hmm.
You can telepathically talk to Pasha now, so you get a very quick response. They're outside. With... Mother, you told me grandfather wasn't to be trusted anymore, right?
Correct.
He's waving at me. Do I go?
Stay and watch. Then I'll share to everyone else. He's outside. With the rats.
Fantastic. Do we have a back door?
I don't remember whether y'all put points into secret exits. I don't think you did, though. I think you wanted luxury, and you wanted some security, which
Yeah.
is... Well, it exists, and it would help you if you were in the house when it was attacked. Doesn't surprise you that he'd be capable of smashing through metal, though. That's not a surprise. But yeah, so what you can gather is that he was with the rats and was investigating your house. As to how he got outside, whether he got outside before you showed up or whether he heard you and slipped somehow, there's not a lot of ways. There's not a lot of ways in and out.
I'm very perplexed as to... It looks very much like somebody bashed their way in up here and then just didn't take what they came for. That's very strange to me.
This is definitely the doctor, right?
Well, his back's to you.
I turn him over.
It appears to be Dr. Hansen. And his face looks the same as how you left him. Doesn't appear to be anything untoward. He does not appear to be marked in any way.
Is the stake still on?
The stake is in him.
Is he still, quote-unquote, alive?
A vampire any older than Nulai or Joanne... Okay, when a vampire hits the final death, their body immediately catches up with them. Which means, if they are old enough that... unless he was bitten last week, he would look older than this if he had been killed.
Okay, thanks.
A lot of vampires turn to dust because of how old they are, if you give them 100 years or so. To your knowledge, it is exactly as it appears to strangely be. He battered his way in, got all the way up to the storage room, and then decided not to take what he came for. You don't know the timing of all of this, but he is waiting outside, and you can ask.
I don't think we should all go. I think Katya definitely should. I feel like I would like to go with Katya to offer her backup.
Alright, I feel like we have only bad decisions ahead of us right now, but I think somebody has to keep the package secure, and somebody has to find out what the hell happened, so that's as good as a plan as we can get.
So Katya and Flynn step outside the front door to see... He's not too close, he's like on the other side of the road with his little army of rats around him.
What I am gonna do is tell Pasha to run upstairs and keep the others company, and let me know if anything untoward occurs.
Pasha agrees, and off he goes.
Hi, doggy.
You get a communication from Pasha. The scruffy one is treating me like a baby again.
Humans do that sometimes. They mean well.
Sure do. Okay. But you guys step outside. Arkady simply waves. He says, Katya, I always admired your sense of timing. 60 seconds later, I would have been gone with him.
Are you going to leave? Or are we going to have trouble?
I thought I had a window in which to get this done on my own. Nonetheless, you've taken something from us. I highly recommend you return him. If It'll be easier for you and your compatriots in the long run.
That is impossible. I could
Anything's
request that you
possible.
return our prince, but I doubt that is within your means anyway.
Not anymore. You're a few days too late.
Do you even know what you're doing? Who you're working for?
I wanted to have this conversation alone. Had it all planned out and everything, but nonetheless. There's nothing to fear from him. He wants what's best for all of us. And he doesn't understand why so many people stand in his way. I don't want to fight. Not you. All this time spent... Finally found what I was looking for, and... What, now this? I'm not even supposed to be talking to you right now. I'm supposed to come back here in half an hour with a strike team and nuke you all off the face of the planet, but... You don't want this fight.
We need him. He has answers.
Your prince is fine. You'll see her soon. Just... not yet.
And there's another brainwashed lackey.
No. I mean... he doesn't do that to his own kind. Nor to anyone with enough sense to not require it. If I can't convince you, I'll have to come back. I suggest you not be there when I do.
And that's as much of a plan as we've got.
Has the old woman paid you a visit yet, by the way?
We've met. Have you?
No. Kill her?
No.
Then how are you still here?
She's been polite so far. If she changes her mind, that's fair enough, but I don't know if she does so after we've dealt with our business.
It doesn't make any sense. We took her family away from her. Nobody gets over that. Okay. Well. I don't expect her to be polite to me.
Right now, I don't feel too inclined to be polite either.
What's it supposed to... The rats kind of react to him. As he gets more agitated, they're squirmy, and some of them are, like, running up and down his pants legs, but he seems fine with that. He always has been. So. But he's annoyed. Just be patient. Wait a few days. You'll see her again. And then... well, there'll be no need to fight.
Seriously think that's how this is going to work? Do you?
I don't know! If everybody has a brain and uses it, then yeah. Or why I ever rely
If
on that.
everybody has a brain, they think exactly like you. Is that where we're coming from now?
Maybe they should! Flynn, are you just taking this in with an increasing level of bafflement at the unhinged
Yep.
gangrel pacing up and down with his rats?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm really only there for backup. I feel like this is a...
He's just
The
sort of shaking.
unfortunate witness to a domestic dispute.
He's just shaking his
Yeah.
head like, this is going nowhere. Can't convince you. Nothing I can say. Just trust me.
The men you're working for, the last time they had their way, this city burned to the ground. I won't see it happen again.
I don't know who the hell you're talking to. Fuck him. Alright. You letting me walk out of here, or do you want to just what are we doing? Quiet one. You gonna throw a knife at me if I try to walk that way?
No. Waste of a good knife.
For old time's sake, you can walk away once. If you don't come back, they'll know what happened anyway. But if you come at us guns blazing, so will I.
It's gonna hurt, you know. I gave you a warning. Kindness in my heart. He'll forgive me, but it's gonna hurt.
It always does.
Hope you know that. Damn it. The rats get away from his legs and give him room to move as he just quietly stomps off into the night. And I do mean quietly stomps. He looks like he's doing that angry foot slam thing, but you're not hearing much noise out of it. For visual reference, especially for Flynn, the man looks bedraggled. Wearing a long, waisted coat. He looks homeless. He looks like, you know, kind of guy you'd see under a bridge with a bottle of beer. I don't want to say that his hair and beard look like this, but they don't look neat. And yeah, just a very not together man who, nonetheless, yeah, from what he said, you get the impression that you literally just caught him, and you know how Arcady thinks, and he's a pretty good fighter. The dream version of him that you encountered was not as good as the real him. If you were to 1v1 him, you reckon you'd probably... You're not sure because of the state he's in. Maybe he's lost it a bit, but traditionally he would win.
Mm-hmm.
But you also know that he would not walk into a 1 versus 4. And so you're not sure how he got out of the building. You haven't seen him in a while. His capabilities were usually more brute with a side of the animal stuff than sneaky, but, you know, perhaps he's learned. Perhaps this new benefactor of his has empowered him, given he seems to be in charge of strike teams now, which... That's new. So, yeah, you get the impression that his rats were probably watching, saw the car arriving, and he was literally standing in front of the closet and thought, fuck, and didn't want to carry the doctor out, so he just ran. That's, from what you know of Arcady, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was close, but you still have your doctor.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's rush back upstairs, get with the others. Their backup is going to be on the way, so we probably need to move.
Yeah, and move rapidly. Do you want me to call Crimson? He might have a safe house.
There's a lot of people you could go to for this.
There is. Let's
Yeah.
bring it to Joanne.
Good
She
point.
is acting prince. She
I'll
has many
spare
that
her.
she can call upon right now.
As long as they're on the list of those we can trust. It's a very short list.
People we can trust by Flynn, Nulai, Katia, and Joanne in complete concert and agreement.
None.
I was just
Pasha?
going to hold still at a blank page. Pasha, yeah. Does anybody have a problem with
Oh, no, Pasha's
Katia's
great.
dog?
Okay, fuck. Well, what is the? We need to store.
You need a
Our-
place to stay and to store the doctor because, given the familial connection and the fact that he seems to not want bad shit to happen to Katia, Volkov was willing to say that in about half an hour, people are coming to this house.
Okay, so we need to skedaddle.
Mm-hmm.
We
We could conceivably see about keeping him in the bunker until it's time for interrogation, but we would need to be absolutely certain that we're not being followed.
Could we theoretically bunker down there for a while?
I'm not sure. I don't know anything about it other than what we were told by our
You
friend.
need to talk to Yusuf.
Mm-hmm.
See if he can rush it. He said he needed to make sure the place was openable and usable.
Okay, here's my plan of action. Throw the body in the back of the van. Grab what you need, essentials. We get in the van and we go. And while we go, I will call Sapphire. And Flynn will call Celia. We'll pick a place. We'll go there, and we're basically just speed running our entire plan at this point because there is no way to go and wait things out, and like we gotta just.
Mm-hmm.
Things are escalating very fast, so if we fuck around any longer, we might find ourselves unable to take action.
So you want to get on with questioning the doctor as soon as you get to a safe place?
I would say first getting Church and Sapphire protected, and then questioning the doctor like ASAP after that. While we're going through stuff with Celia and Crimson, we can hopefully get hold of Yusuf and
Okay.
organize that.
Okay, there are 3 people to contact and there are 4 of you. So, who is contacting who, and we can go in that order.
I'll contact Celia.
Okay. That one's fairly simple, because they were kind of expecting this. You talk to Celia, and she liaises with Crimson. It was like, yeah, okay, well, first of all, well done that he wasn't abducted. That was lucky. She is able to get you into a safe house. It's not as secure as the bunker, but it is a place that will do if Yusuf falls through. And yeah, they are happy to get a meeting going with the Anarchs, so long as Crimson's conditions of a room that Celia can treat are met. So they have no problems, and they will await further word from the rest of you. Who else? Who is
Alright.
talking to someone else?
I would call Sapphire.
Okay, Sapphire is... No, I feel like we were just talking a little while ago. How you doing?
Yeah, you just can't get rid of me now. Sorry.
Hmm.
Well, as to how I'm doing, I feel like since I'm calling, you should know. It's not a casual matter. So timelines have kind of picked up a lot on our previous texting.
Oh?
Yes. So TLDR, you and Church need to pick a neutral location where you will meet with the 4 of us, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, Walter Crimson.
Creepy Hat Man!
Creepy Hat Man. There is a very, very interesting piece of information that I feel like you should know. The location can be chosen by you and church, because I understand that this is a really big ask. The conditions on Crimson's side is that it is a walled location, built like a closed room kind of thing, where his assistant Celia would be able to, well, let's say magically soundproof the place for our safety during the discussions. Would that be amenable to you? And also, how quickly can we get there?
Would I go? Sure. Would the boss go? I'll have to see. As for the place, I can think of only one, and as to whether or not its walls can be fucked with, well, that's up to the Irishman.
I like the sound of that.
I'll put things in motion. I'll get back to you. Lastly... Oh, anyway. Lastly, I think it was Yusuf that wanted to be contacted and asked if he can get the bunker ready faster.
Yes.
Who does that?
I suppose it would be me that
You'd
would
be
do
the one
that,
who'd- Well, he wouldn't really care. So long as he knows it's coming from you.
I would probably give him... Ugh. It doesn't seem like he would care if you texted or called, so I'd probably text him first. Just be like, hey, so timelines are moving up very, very swiftly, and we need that bunker secured ASAP. Give me an ETA.
He says that he can get it ready tonight, but it will require him to pull a favor, which simply means that maybe he'll ask you for a small favor in the future.
Well, I'm not left with much of a choice. So
He doesn't seem like that much of an opportunist. It seems more a case of this is in response to the rush, not the help in the first place. And he can see. He said minor. So it's the sort of thing like if you're with you being the acting prince, it might just be I would like to sire a new child. I need the prince's permission for that. Don't ask me the usual questions. It might be something like that. Anyway, it's not going to be something earth-shattering, and it may never come to pass. But it's just standard kindred politicking. So if you go with that, then he says, yeah, it can be ready. The bunker can literally be ready in 15 minutes. It will open.
right.
He gives you instructions on how to get there. It is a shelter in the backyard of a house. Do not enter the house. Go via the gate. There is a shed. Inside the shed is a door that you turn with a valve. If it does not open, call him immediately, but it should, and if you go down there, you should be able to get into a small, cozy, underground shelter that has another door, and that's the super sealed one. And beyond that, anyone who enters will have trouble breathing after about an hour if they need to breathe. So if you are bringing any breathers into that bunker, they have an hour of comfort. And then they have problems once the door is shut.
Okay, so I would reckon we would go to the crack house then.
Okay, yeah.
Call Celia, get them to come and do the thing anyway.
You guys
Church must just show up.
relay to each other through Celia and Sapphire. The main queries that are brought up are... It was said that Church and Sapphire would be the only people present. Does the Irishman... Is he going to be a problem? Is he going to demand that he be part of this meeting? No. Sapphire maintains, yeah, Flanagan can clear out. He doesn't mind that much. Plus, hearing that Flynn is involved, he feels somewhat grateful to her, therefore definitely won't have any issues with that, and he is staying away. And not adding himself to the list of people with more knowledge than is safe.
Okay.
So you will be able to go to the crack house in Crimson, Celia, Sapphire, and Church.
Are we just carrying around the doctor like in a duffel bag at this point?
I feel like we should because I don't want to leave him anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. So you bring him into the crack house with you.
Yep.
I was going to suggest that.
Church and Sapphire are already there, and they are wary, but they seem comfortable enough. Perhaps they are confident in their abilities, and they're also sitting in the same spot, which is sort of near the entrance to near the way to the back rooms. When Celia and Crimson arrive alongside Salim, they sort of notice that you have a staked vampire with you. Crimson says, I don't recommend treating the room while he's in here. I know that's what we're going to do to him later, but he can see and hear everything. He is conscious. When this happens to him, and he's saying this rather quietly away from me, the shock will be immediate, and we should take advantage of that.
I'll just go wait outside with the duffel bag then, I guess.
Salim could do that if you'd like it. If you don't trust him on his own, then you can join him. But I recommend that he... Yeah.
I trust Salim as much as I trust Crimson, which is... I'm not happy about it, but I do, you know.
I mean, if you could wait with him, that would be good.
Okay. I'll go and wait with Salim.
I'm gonna not rush this, but I'm gonna, because a lot of this meeting is just going to be Crimson telling the same story he told you now to the Anarchs. So I'm gonna accelerate the specifics here and focus more on what we get out of Church and Sapphire from it. Church takes everything quietly, and Sapphire is the one who asks the question. She's incredulous at first. She's like, oh, this is a lot to dump on us. I mean, the two of us have been living here, you know. This is our home. You're telling me that there's some ancient old asshole watching me while I shower? Fuck you! But she comes around to it as more and more specifics are given, and the Church still just takes it in very carefully. Eventually, he comes out with... So there's two explanations here. Either this is a spectacular line of bullshit and you should go into screenplays, or this is real. If it's a line of bullshit, well, buying into it would be embarrassing. But it probably wouldn't kill me in the long run. If it isn't a line of bullshit, walking away from this table might be a mistake. Looks towards Celia. He looks towards all of you. And this bubble in the brain thing, how'd that go for you?
It would have been really good if Flynn could have explained the whole thing about avoiding the brainwashing, but I suppose we could relate that.
That does sound useful.
Insane in the membrane.
Sapphire laughs. The older vampires look confused. They argue back and forth with Crimson and Celia a bit. They ask, many of the same questions that you have had, but there's a couple of new ideas that come up. Like, Church is very curious about, Celia as a mortal mage, and asks, like, why is she associating with vampires? Why is she here? Why does she give a fuck? What is their connection? They're in crimson. And Celia simply says, "This may sound ironic from someone who does what I do. But a monster as old as this, with its claws into an entire city, is an affront to nature. You are all focused on what this creature does to the kindred of the world. You have not spared a moment to think about how many mortal fates are affected by this monster on a daily basis. To see this thing removed would be a good that could excuse many lesser wrongs. I will be here until that job is done." And Church then asks, again, where did the two of them come together? And Crimson's happy to explain. He basically says that Celia approached him and filled in the blanks, told him what was going on and how to get out of this creature's clutches, and he accepted it and they began working together. So, Church says, "You're the one that's the driving force here. Puppet man in front, schemer in the back, is that what I'm starting to pick up?" "I wouldn't say that." "No, you wouldn't. It would give your game away." Well, I don't really interact with that more. In the end, Church shrugs, leans back, says, "Well, this sounds interesting. And I'm not much interested in a repeat of the last 5 years. So, take us to this bunker. Let's see what the doctor has to say. Put this bubble in my head. If it turns out that you're putting something else into my head, then I will rip your head off and eat it. And you won't enjoy that very much." That's about as enthusiastic an agreement as you're going to get out of the man, so...
I feel like that's very characteristic.
Yes. Flynn obviously was forced to stay away from this, but does anybody have any interjections to make as far as the Church and Crimson Celia encounter goes, or are you happy to move on to heading towards the bunker?
Yeah, let's get to the bunker.
Yusuf, I assume you let him know that you're on your way. He says he will be there with all haste, but you'll probably beat him. So, nothing particularly interesting. It was exactly as he said. You find the address. You find a quiet, empty, lights-off house. Curtains shut. You don't know if people live there or don't. He didn't specify, but the procession of people, including a body, does not trip any alarms or create any buzzes in this sleepy neighborhood, to the best of your knowledge. Everything is as he says. You get into the shed. You find a hatch that twists open with great effort of whoever you give the sorry job of opening it to. Probably Church and Katia together. It's annoying to carry the body of Dr. Hansen down the little staircase, but you get into sort of an underground little tunnel area that progresses a few meters forward until you find the airtight, sealed door that is open at the time. I assume by now you've warned Celia about the whole breathing thing?
Yeah, very much. I already did. I sent you a message earlier, but I at the beginning.
She never indicated any issues with regards to it, and she comes along with like everybody else did. You have no idea whether it is within her power to deny the fact that she needs oxygen in order to keep surviving. You have no idea. Is it that she thinks that you guys will be done within the hour and you can get out of the bunker and she'll be fine? Maybe. Is it that she can just decide not to have a respiratory requirement? Maybe. But if you're not asking, she ain't telling. So, you get inside and do you seal the door immediately and then wait for Yusuf? Do you seal the door and start to work on the fellow, or do you just wait for Yusuf?
We could just wait for Yusuf.
Okay, doesn't take him long. It's like 5 minutes maximum. As he enters the building, or as he enters the shelter, and he sort of does a sweep of everybody there, his eyes kind of dart a little on one of them, as big grin plastered on the face. Sapphire says, "Daddy!" I told you not to call me that. What? Not happy to see the prodigal daughter? The prodigal son came back. That is not how to... We have a job to do. Crimson is doing this. So is Church.
So
No
is
one else.
Flynn.
Oh, well, there you go. Celia, not so much. Everybody else, not so much. Sapphire's very, very, very entertained, but Yusuf is not. But his eyebrows
Joanne
sort of...
would definitely have snort giggled as well.
Okay. So. Yusuf's idea is effectively to chain Dr. Hansen to one of the walls. Pretty much just as many chains as possible. Not because Hansen has demonstrated super strength or anything, but because every precaution is a good idea. If he goes missed, then he goes missed. Fine. But the shelter is shut, it is airtight, he has nowhere to go. There is a blindfold for him. The stake will be removed, and the questions will be asked. Celia gets to work doing the thing with the room, at which point Crimson sort of raises a hand and says... Well, he doesn't actually say, he just points to Yusuf and he goes... While Yusuf's back is turned and he's busy setting up his little chain thing. He appears to be asking you what your plan is regarding this person.
I would be, at this point, I would step forward and be like, so, Yusuf, you've kind of taken a lot of lead on all of these preparations here.
Yes. Well.
There is something that I would like you to know, and perhaps do a little preparation before we get further into this. Crimson, if you would.
The whole thing, or enough so he can back out if he wants?
Oh,
Well, that's...
I don't really think there's any point in backing out at this point, but, you know, give him the whole 9 yards. Consent is key.
The room's already treated. Look, there's a 2,000-year-old ancient monster in the city, and it wants to control everybody's brains, and the whole reason we're questioning this guy is to see if we can find out more... Well, also the prince. But well, my stake is that I'd like to find where the bitter old bastard is. Look, I'm better at this when you give me time to prepare. I didn't realize you were bringing an extra man. You neglected to mention that. Yusuf holds a hand up. You mean to say that there is an ancient kindred sleeping under Shadeport? Yes. I am from Iraq. We have a lot of old vampires there. This is not news. Right. I have a big spiel about all the things. Let me guess. It sleeps beneath the city at an undisclosed location, because its body is withered and it cannot move. From there, with nothing better to do, it peeks into the minds of the mortals and the kindred, treats them like playthings, occasionally creates minor power shake-ups, and occasionally creates major apocalyptic events.
At this
Yes.
point, Flynn's going to interject and say, he's better at this than you are.
Again, we are kindred. We are Cainites. We are descended from Cain. Do you remember where Cain is from? This is not news. Right, but the second you leave this room, it's going to see you and it's going to know what we've just discussed. It is going to suddenly become aware that I know about old vampires living under cities. No, it's going to become aware that you know about the one under this city, which I have suspected for some time. Just keep going.
I like seeing Crimson flustered.
Banu Hakim!
And I love how he made that sound like a...
Wait. That's the best.
Sapphire's like... He didn't react like that to me. I'm one too. Yes, but you didn't stay around long enough to learn anything, child. And he continues setting up his chains. It did not really come up as to the whole Celia thing, but Yusuf seemed to indicate that nothing about his mind is going to change enough for him to need it. As to whether you believe that or not, you can like push him to do the Celia thing if you like, but Yusuf's just going on with his chains. Nope, alright. The vampire is blindfolded. The vampire is chained up. The vampire is under a treated room. The stake is still in him. At this point, for lack of a better auspicious beginning moment, it is time for someone to remove that stake. With Joanne technically being everyone's boss except the Anarchs, and the Anarchs being guests, they wait on you.
I would not like to remove anything from anyone's bodily person, especially not if it could be a weapon. I have really bad luck historically with stuff like that, so, you know, I'm seeing it play out in my head, like, you know, I pull this, it feels like there's a little bit of give, put a little bit of elbow grease into it, really pull it out, accidentally stab someone in the eye behind me, like, so somebody who is slightly more dexterous could,
I'll do it. I would like to be standing by in case it needs to be reinserted
sounds
if it becomes troublesome. So
idea.
I would offer, but at this point, Yusuf is holding 2 knives. My hands are full.
Gosh, yeah, it is.
I've got it.
Gee, I've never seen anyone with 2 knives be that happy.
It is rather terrific.
What? I love this guy.
Anyway, so Katia removes the stake. As it happens... You took him away. I've heard you. You took him out of my head. Thank you. I'd like to help, but everything is very hazy. But please, ask your questions.
The prince, where is she?
He's not reaching for his. He's not doing this because he's stuck, but he just seems to be in this deadpan shock. This would be very different, by the way, if the room wasn't treated. I have 2 separate pages of notes for the 2 ways that he can react here. Anyway, his head sort of bobs and he shakes. He's like, the woman brought in. Right. I was told. I didn't tell, but I told Arcady to collect the woman. I held her at my base for an evening, and then he returned, took her away. I think he was... No, but... I don't know how she was taken there, but I believe her destination was the temple.
The temple?
Where's the temple?
I've never seen it. I don't know if it's real. Oh, but it's so real. Golden halls. It is the seat. It is the... It is where he lives. Crimson cuts in. Who has? Volkov? Volkov is beaten to the temple? I can't be sure. But yes, he took her from my custody. And he said that was where she was going. Perhaps he does. It was never my... It was my job always to look like I knew more than I did. Oh.
Do you know where Volkov's base of operations is? Should we need to retrieve this information from him?
Church. Well, we might. But, Hansen shakes his head, not in a no way, more in a sort of I am not okay way. He says that Volkov moves, but he wears 2 faces, one for the Anarchs, one for mine. He moves through the earth.
The earth, you say?
Oh yeah, no, he does that soil surfing shit that the gangrel do, Sapphire says. You ever seen that? They sink. Do you do that?
Yeah! As a matter of fact, I've seen that.
It's outside of my skill set.
something I considered learning once, but, This is church. I prefer the ground under my feet moving as swiftly as possible. I don't like to eat the ground. What he says makes sense, though. Volkov spoke for our kindred derelicts. The man said, well, I didn't know him that well, but he never felt comfortable staying in one place for too long, and the older he got, the shorter time he was willing to tolerate it. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
These days he does not wish to live anywhere. I do know. I do know where the barracks is. The mortals we turned into soldiers. Volkov would certainly visit there often whenever he was using them. No doubt. That building was in use the night he took the prince. Oh, it's like my mind is... It's like my mind was drowning in acid for 20 years and has only now been... drained.
Well, where is this barracks? Should we need to start there?
It's outside the city. He gives the direction to a sort of... It's buried somewhere, not buried, but like it's hidden somewhere in a sort of foresty area. Church says he could probably find it pretty easily, but it doesn't have a street address. Rather, it's, go searching through the woods. It's not a place that he visited. He wasn't, it was not his job to visit. His job, as he explains, he was kind of a... He was a front man whose job it was to coordinate spreading the word.
Procure the bodies,
Yes.
essentially.
Make it look like I had developed a technique when... Really, I was just put the posters in the room and leave them in the room. I don't even know what he did to them. It's not how he did it to me.
How did he do it to you then?
He just kept singing. Quietly at first. And it kept going. I don't even remember when it was. I feel like I've been drowning ever since. I wasn't living my own life, I was simply following the instructions of another. If I were a
20
millennial...
years.
Crimson cutscene. If I were a millennial or a... whatever they call the current generation, I believe the term I would use here would be... can relate. Katya?
You were here the last time the city fell?
Yes. I wasn't...
You were involved?
Not really, no. He seems to dart from peon to peon, so to speak. It was only recently that this endeavor started, but I've been a doctor longer than that. He mostly wanted me to find mortals with problems and find ways to make it look like they'd died. I don't know what he did with them. They went away. Passed on to someone else with about as much agency as I had, no doubt. That was back then. When the city fell, he told me to leave, and I did. And for a little while I was myself again, but not for long. I was called back. And back I came. And then there were the posters.
Do you have any idea how many that you've recruited since then?
It's a fairly fast process, but in terms of mortals, I would say that there are at least 1,000 believers walking around right now. Probably more. Kindred were rarer. I was asked to turn a toreador so that she may play the role of a lifetime.
And she most certainly did.
There was a Nosferatu as well.
I believe we met him.
No. No, the Nosferatu was a woman.
Do you know whether this might have... This wasn't the Nosferatu Primogen, was it?
I don't believe so. They are hard to tell apart.
Well,
You didn't tell me we were interrogating a racist!
I'll suggest to Joanne, we could ask them whether they've lost any recently. Later.
Yeah.
I believe there may be more involvement with the Nosferatu than just the one I was tasked with convincing. They live under the city, after all.
Do you know our sheriff?
I imagine most kindred within Shadeport do. I do not know him to be a contact or confidant that I was directed to, no. The Herald, yes.
You know Gwendolyn?
She was involved with the Elysium plan, that glamour.
Called it.
Did you seek her out? Did you coordinate this plan, or was this of her own invention?
Occasionally, I am to give instructions, though generally that is to Volkov. I don't know why. I would assume that those who work as I do, who are used as I do, speak directly who... Well, he was inside my head. The only person I needed to be verbal with generally was Volkov. But... it would make sense that the Herald was amongst us, yes. Do you know of any other uses of glamour? Do I look familiar to you? Hansen looks up. The Pretender. He wants you dead. And he is not alone in that. But if he thinks that I am a pretender because I called myself Nathaniel, he stole my name, the miserable old bastard. He should have his own. Do you know it? He has only ever called himself Nathaniel to me, but that's only in the last few years. Before that, he was simply that which I followed. Unfucking helpful. But nonetheless, pretender my ass. I still asked you a question, though. Glamours. Was anyone made to look like me? You would need to ask the Herald. I was aware of the Elysium plan because I had to give instructions for it. I don't know any plan that does not concern me.
Do you know anything about security or troop numbers at the barracks? Or did you only ever send people there from afar?
It was not my place to visit, but if you're wondering how many soldiers we have, I can tell you how many I sent. Whether that means that's all, I don't know. But I can tell you that I have sent 42 men over the last few months. And 6 women. They were not chosen by me, but all of them were directed towards the barracks for tactical service. Anything else from anyone else?
Did you really have to kill those at the clinic?
As I recall, they were considered unimportant.
And the one you took, what about her?
We were instructed to apprehend you. I believe... He said that something had changed. Your mind resembled the Pretender's, and we needed to know why. And so we took one that mattered to you.
Did you do anything to her while she was in your custody? Did you brainwash her?
No. She was there so that you would follow.
What about the Irishman?
Huh. He was brought by Volkov. He was not part of the plan. I was waiting for instructions as to whether he would be used or disposed of. Nathaniel had not decided by the time you took him away. He observed Volkov when Volkov did not want to be observed. So he improvised. Yusuf blinks. I was looking forward to using these. Are you sure you don't want to resist? Quite sure.
You should talk to Mikhail.
The sheriff?
Yeah, he might be more interested.
Yusuf turns to face Church. I would very much like that. Church, Actually, I do have a question. Not for the man in the wall. Everybody else keeps calling you acting prince. She turns to Sapphire. Aren't you supposed to tell me about these changes? She didn't tell me! So...
How quick of an update
Has
do
there
you
been a
want?
political
The
update? How likely are the Camarilla to attack us?
Completely unlikely.
Do you intend to attack us, Mr. Knives? My opinion of you and your beliefs is not high. However, there would be a conflict of interest if I acted upon them, so we shall be civil. He does not point at Joanne, he points at Sapphire. He'll be fine. He's a softie when he's not torturing you.
Huh.
Crimson shrugs. I just became a primogen for leverage. I don't really give a fuck. I just want to kill the bastard under the city. Well.
And
Church
given that the
Church
bastard
shrugs.
under the engineered a great deal of what caused the losses,
Yeah.
I felt like we had vested interest. All of this happened very, very quickly.
If you want him, then when we're finished here, I will take you to get your sheriff back. He's not going to be fighting fit for a while, but we can wake him up. If you think that's wise.
Yes.
It would be appreciated.
The doctor reiterates this. I cannot say that the sheriff is completely outside of the creature's conspiracy, but I certainly saw no evidence that he was involved.
Well, maybe we will need another room. And if Celia is amenable, another conversation.
Eventually, this will lead to some progress, but fine.
Doctor,
Let's see. Yes?
what would you like us to do with you after this?
I never thought I would be free again. If this is all I get, then I won't blame you. But I would like to walk away and leave this place. When I leave this room, though, will it come back?
I don't know. That question is beyond my abilities.
He's had you for a long time. Have you made any attempts to fight him? Not recently. Well, he had me for... year or two in Shadeport itself. He had you for what, 2 decades? Yes. Is this man worth the risk? He's not asking Hansen, he's asking the rest.
If you were in his position, what would you want? Would you think you were worth the risk?
Oh, I'd want to live forever. Are you fucking kidding me? But that's not what's actually happening here.
What are the chances that let's say we kill this creature? Would you come back to life? Be in possession of your functions again? I'm trying to.
You could stay
spitball here.
steak.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
No doubt, Crimson says. If this monster feels sufficiently threatened, then just about every creature he has ever put his hooks in will stand in front of him as a shield before he goes down.
Yourself included?
Hope not. We'll see. I don't have much choice but to walk forward at this point, so that question is irrelevant. Might be relevant to you, since, but if it happens to me, then that's the end of my concern. As for him, Celia could try her bubble trick, and we could take a step outside, and we could see what happens to him. Perhaps he will go mad and attack us. Perhaps he will flee with a whole lot of information in his head that he should not have. Or perhaps he will be fine. I wouldn't take the risk, I'd rip his head off, but I'm not in charge. For what it's worth, Acting Prince, I would also suggest not letting him leave this room. Church. Yeah. Look. I'm not here for needless violence, but it's enough that we freed him, right? Just... He literally said he wouldn't blame us. I wouldn't blame me. I don't intend to.
And staking him under guard is not an option.
So who were we putting on him? Mooks? Ghouls? Or valued people we trust who would then be forced to stand here 24/7? We could put him in a box and ship him to Zimbabwe.
You know what? I actually don't hate that idea. What if we
He would be
traded
very
him?
far
Like,
from the creature.
we got a Nulai. What if we shipped Hansen back to wherever Nulai came from?
If I place a bubble in his head and he is then placed in a box which has been treated like this room, and then the next time he leaves that box is on the other side of the world, then that would increase his chances quite a lot. Is he worth it? No. But if you think he is, then fine. Celia says.
I could not, in good conscience, end the life of someone, who has not had control of their own faculties.
Crimson
It would
turns to
feel
Yusuf.
like
Bunker Man, do we have a box? He looks a bit taken aback. Well, I can check the garage. Upstairs. So, do I need to with his... She explains it to him.
The bunker.
She explains it to him. I do not believe it necessary, but if it would make the rest of you feel better, then yes, you may. He would have to leave the bunker and go up to the house and the garage and all that stuff. What sealed is the bunker? But he can fetch a box to put a person in, yes.
Cool.
So you intend to get a hold of Handsome Jack to smuggle someone out of Shadeport? Katya. If I'm reading the chat correctly.
If that's a possibility, I think that would be great.
The problem is that Katya doesn't know anything about the Jack of it all.
Exactly. In fact, I don't know whether anyone other than Juliet even knew that.
I did, because I was in the room when we listened to the tapes, which is why I proposed the idea.
Conceivably, you would be able to ask Jacob through Juliet's resources to see if that particular person can be contacted. Yes.
Excellent.
I think that's the best idea we've got.
That is exactly what we'll do.
Okay, and if there are no further questions of Dr. Hansen, he agrees, obviously, because there's nothing he can do about it. Celia does her trick with Yusuf and with Hansen and with the box, and he is bundled, and where is he being kept for now? Who is he being trusted with? Because your house, you're going to want to avoid, at least for tonight. There are three factions here that you could choose to go with in terms of where you're staying and where the Doctor is staying. All of them are happy to help you. Yusuf, Anarchs, Crimson.
Yeah, I feel like we have to go with the Anarchs because we need with the conversation with Mikhail that has to happen.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. It does make sense.
Like a good idea.
We're going there anyway.
Okay, the Anarchs have a lot of places. Yusuf doesn't really need to tag along. Crimson and Celia kind of do if Mikhail needs to be brought in on the conspiracy. Well, the anti-conspiracy conspiracy. There are some phone calls made and some movements done. The Anarchs are not willing to bring you to where they were holding Mikhail, but they are willing to bring Mikhail to you, which means you're going back to the crack house.
Yay!
Home away from home.
Yeah. This time when you arrive, Flanagan is there, along with a few others, rank-and-file Anarchs, who have done the transportation of the not staked Mikhail, who looks very roughed up. He's lying on a table and he's just covered in scars and he's just, completely fucked up, and but he's there because, he's not dust. Flanagan tips his invisible hat and says, and if it isn't the Vampire Avengers, I would come up with a cleverer name than that, but it is fucking late, and I've just been carrying a large, ugly man. Please enjoy my house. Apparently I have to leave because you're discussing secrets and it would be dangerous for me to know them. No fucking interest in any more danger. Had enough of that. Thanks again, by the way, Flynn.
No problem, wish I could come with you.
That'd be weird, considering where I'm going.
Where are you going?
To fuck my wife. Jesus Christ. Alright, just goodbye. Nosy bastards.
What a weirdo!
He leaves and he takes the unimportant Anarchs who assisted with the transportation with him. So, Mikhail is torpid, and Church reiterates that to wake him up, he needs to sip a tiny bit of vampire blood, not enough to bond him, but it has to be a vampire of great. It's an inexact science. Greater power is not all of it, but basically a mix of greater age, power, potency. It'll either work or it won't. But he will leave it in you guys' hands.
I'll sacrifice myself for this.
You're just gonna walk up and give Mikhail your blood?
Nah.
Okay. He will leave it to you guys to decide who is gonna wake Sleeping Beauty. Or who's gonna attempt to.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay. This is a roll thing for me. As to whether or not it works. I must admit, it could. No, that's too many. His mouth sort of opens and moves as vampire mouths tend to unconsciously do in these situations, and he does drink. But when he finishes drinking, nothing changes. And it appears that Flynn doesn't have quite the oomph needed.
Gotcha.
Guess he got a free meal out of that one.
It wasn't enough. It's more of a taste than anything else.
Would it
Well,
help
then,
if
then
we
you can
all
go show her
like
the movie trailers.
donated?
It just has to
A
be
vial.
someone who is compatible, so to speak, or someone who qualifies.
Shite.
Well, I doubt it's me, but worth a shot.
I'll also give it a shot.
Blood drive for Mikhail. Everybody line up.
Katia has much the same experience. Joanne, the youngest vampire. At this point, Crimson's shaking his head. None of you are old enough for this.
Are you volunteering?
I would have no trouble with it at all. I've had plenty of kindred drink my blood before. It's drinking the blood of other kindred that can be a problem. The man might wake up and deck me.
Well, I'm going to assume that you're unfamiliar with this thing called caring. So it's understandable if you wouldn't want to participate.
If you want me to do it, I will. I didn't think you would.
To be fair, he's probably going to wake up and deck you anyway.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Crimson steps forward, holds wrist to mouth. Same thing happens as Crimson pulls away. Ow. Eyes fluttering. Am I dead?
Come back.
Feel dead.
You're no more dead than you usually are.
I hear friendly voices, so I don't have to go back into attack mode. He turns
Now's
his
your
head.
time to speak up, Crimson.
His eyes focus on Church. Didn't you kill me?
And he was nice enough to give you back, so let's not restart the whole thing.
And you were only mostly dead.
The misunderstanding that caused the hostilities has faded. I don't have hard feelings. I jumped on your back. You didn't jump on mine. If you did, I would have fucking felt it. But you seem to be in a murder everybody near you mood, so it seemed like... Juliet. Where is Juliet?
Get on it. We have leads, but no answers yet.
Leads for what? She is at home, right? How long has it been?
The mansion was attacked. It's been some days.
Mikhail lurches and then sort of flounders. Does anybody rush forward and prop him up? None of the NPCs do.
I'll help him out.
Yeah, I would.
Why do I feel like I've been ripped apart by a lion? Because you got ripped apart by a lion. That would explain it. And she is where?
Well, as far as we can tell, someplace called the Temple. Ring any bells?
Possibly under the city.
Shit. You said she got attacked?
And
The
kidnapped.
mansion
sure?
was stormed during Elysium.
They attacked her to take her to the temple.
Mm-hmm.
If they had have told her where it was, she would have fucking walked in there anyway.
We were told she would be back in a few days, but I don't put much stock
Hold
in the
on.
state she comes back in.
Do you suggest that this was something she'd heard about before?
She points at the Malkavian. She gave you that voice in the city bullshit, right? Told you that there was a voice in the city, the mind of the city that wanted everything to go well. At this point, Crimson's like, hang on! Why are you agreeing with that? Joanne?
Yes. I mean, I know of.
That man is asking you if your prince was talking about a voice representing the city that would tell her to do things. And that never came up in our discussion.
It occurred to me that she was aware of what it was and was perfectly capable of making up her own mind, which she did on numerous occasions. I don't believe that she was compromised to that extent.
I would suggest the fact that the mansion was stormed precisely to remove her from it would suggest that she was not compromised.
My whole point.
I am getting the impression that you have learned some things that I do not know about this mad idea of Juliet's. Would you care to enlighten? We can skim that if you'd like for Crimson to explain his side of things. Okay, he does. And Mikhail's like, okay. She thinks it's some kind of friendly angel. That's a problem.
Well, she knows now it isn't.
Does she?
Does she?
I feel like I'm pretty sure yes.
We can't know what state she's in now, so the sooner we find her and get her out of it, the better.
It is going to be a while before I am healthy enough to fight a rat, let alone a lion. But we will get there.
Speaking of rats, turns out we have another friend that isn't a friend. Maybe you want to take this one, Katya.
Oh, that's just my sire. No news there.
Volkov,
Hmm.
still a piece of shit. I tried to be
Some
polite,
men-
I knew you cared for him.
Some people need causes like we need blood.
Also, you might need pest control at our home. Turns out the security system didn't account for rats.
Your haven is compromised.
Very.
I have places if you need one.
We will.
Anyway,
You might need a cat at the new one.
if she has been taken to a temple,
Definite cat.
then we need to go underground. We need to talk to Jezebel. We need to figure out if Jezebel is a problem or not. If she is, that's not good. If she is not, then that is that she won't know where it is, but she will know how to find it. It's a rumor.
We were told that there was a Nosferatu convert. So we do need to speak to Jezebel about that anyway.
Anyway, you mindfucker, why are you on everyone's side now? Points to Crimson. I am
a
on
good
my own
question.
side. It's just that interests have aligned. Uh-huh. Do I get an apology for the attempt to fuck with my mind? I never met you.
This is crazy.
Lion Man. I am currently unable to punch things. You did this to me. Can you repay me? Is this going where I think it's going? I would like you to punch the mindfucker. See, I'm not necessarily against that, but the title you're giving him implies to me that that's a fight I perhaps don't want to pick unless I need to.
How about Crimson takes one punch collectively for all the fuckery that he caused us via church, and we agree that that's the end of that. Crimson, suck it up.
You are a very petty group of people.
In the absence of an apology, which I know you don't feel you owe, this will do.
He looks to Celia.
Consider it a bargaining, for the strength of our alliance.
My dear, you have some history with feeling wronged. Would you say that they are being reasonable right now or unnecessarily petty? Celia raises an eyebrow. I would say that we're wasting time. And then she punches him in the face.
I love this woman.
Ah!
Oh, Celia.
Well, in any event, now that we feel as though our emotions have been vented, I think that we've done about all we can do tonight. We have...
What my employer is trying to say is that everybody is up to speed. We know what we're looking for next. And we have ourselves somewhat of a crew. It's going to take more than this to beat a creature like that. It's going to take a lot of thinking, a lot of planning. It's not just a simple smash and grab once we know where it lies. As for your prince, if she is at the temple, then she is at the same place as where the creature lies, which means, quite frankly, and I know that you're not going to want to hear this, she is unreachable unless she gets out of there first. or we prepare for the big event, which is going to take more than the few days that it has been claimed it will take for her to come back. What state she will be in when she comes back, if that's true, concerns me. But if you want to go storming into the temple as soon as you find out where it is, without the planning that I require to do my part, I will not mourn your deaths.
This creature has been alive for a very, very, very long time. This may mean that they are really good at strategizing, may also mean that they feel they're untouchable and might let some things slip. That being said, I don't think it would be prudent for any of us to take action without having done everything we can to ensure this plan works. Because if it doesn't, we're repeating... I can only assume somebody has tried this before, and it didn't end well for them. Which is why we're still in this mess.
When you say that, I just point to Crimson.
Let's make sure it happens. It may result in us losing some things that we're all really fighting for right now.
Crimson
But
points.
if we don't do this right, we lose everything. So...
The angry man who can't punch very well yet needs a head bubble. Celia?
that he does.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to unpack that. What the fuck is happening to my head? You're putting me into an echo chamber? I don't use social media. Celia explains. Mikhail agrees. They do the process again. And as soon as it's done, Mikhail thinks to himself, shit. Shit, fucking shit, bastard, shit. That's not supposed to fucking happen. I told you to dress up as the prince. I said, let's do a glamour, it's a great idea. That was not my fucking idea. I can't think of anything else, but that was not my fucking idea. Why does it take a head bubble for me to notice that?
Fuckery.
I thought that was Vampire Powers 101.
I'm not supposed to be susceptible to that shit.
Considering
That's
how
what
old
everybody
the thing
who's
is.
been mind controlled says.
Well, he can't do it, points to Crimson. Again, I never tried. Would you like me to try? Sure. Tell me to do something stupid. Okay. Looks him in the eye. Mikhail looks back. I would like you to stand up fully despite the pain and do a jumping jack and see how it feels. Those of you that are capable of feeling such things, you do feel that he put power into his voice when he made that command. He locked eyes with Mikhail. Mikhail locked eyes back. Mikhail, his eyes sort of go wide. He raises his hands to push Katia away. And I'd like you to fuck yourself with a spoon made out of rabies. Now can we move on? Clearly, millennia-old vampire is better than hat-wearing smug.
Oh, shit.
I have had a bad day for my ego. I'm going away now. Celia? I would say that things wrap up from there. Mikhail, if the four of you are willing, will direct you to a one of his many safe houses, which are usually homes that look abandoned and don't have very good furniture, but are off the books and nobody looks at them. The doctor is boxed up and in the care of Church. Crimson and Celia are going about their business. You know that you are searching for a temple. You know that now that you have Mikhail, he can direct you on how to get a hold of the Nosferatu, other than simply them getting a hold of you. You're not sure whether you can trust them or not, but they know the underground and can certainly tell you where the temple isn't. And hopefully you can maybe deduction that into where the temple is. Or other things may happen, but that's about it. That's about the wrap-up for today. That was a roller coaster ride. I realize it gets a bit ridiculous after a while with the whole, and let's bring another person into the bubble, and let's bring another person into the bubble. But I don't know how else to do that. And we knew when to...
I rather like that, though.
We knew when to skim, so it worked out fine. And so now we've pulled the veil back, and we sort of know where the story's going.
And Flynn can stop watching what she says.
Flynn can stop feeling really, really nervous and being seen as a traitor. We did miss some things, because initially I had the idea that a night would pass, but then things happen really quickly, but we can potentially look at those later. I think I sort of suggested it, actually. Our Volkov was going to like sneak up on Katya at one point and talk to her and try to convince her to go join a cult. But instead, the whole, I'll just do it here, it makes sense. You know, they left the stupid body unguarded. But anyway, don't do that again.
Oh, don't worry, we're shipping it to Zimbabwe.
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of talking, but I think it made sense. Okay, thank you, friends. Fare thee well. Till next time, with potentially slightly more action. There could have been action in this session, it's just that you didn't bring anybody you shouldn't have to the interrogation. If you had have brought someone you shouldn't have to the interrogation, like, I don't know, if your sense took a bus to Zimbabwe along with the doctor and you decided to bring Gwendolyn for magical assistance, then you would have had a different day.
Oh my.
Don't do that.
Don't trust a Gwendolyn.
Fare thee well, everybody. Thanks for your attention.